Let's talk about sex, baby. Yeah, this is a wild trip. It is kind of long, so I do apologize. But welcome, and let's get into it. So, um, how did I find myself in Father Charles' room? And I'll certainly link Father Charles. I had a really good conversation this time round. I think we went over a lot of stuff and sort of a lot of different perspectives on sexuality, on all kinds of different things. There was a lot of topics covered. But basically, I went to Proverbs Guy, who I've done videos, sort of going into his room in the past. I went to go in there because they were talking about sexually transmitted demons. That's right, STDs, but not sexually transmitted diseases, sexually transmitted demons. And I really wanted to talk about that because the idea that illness is something supernatural, that is, disease can be some sort of spiritual infection or some sort of demonic infection. I don't know if you know this, but I've done at least one debate on it that I can remember, and it's a topic that I've always found fascinating. Like, how do we know? How do we treat these demons? How do we know if sort of the exorcisms have any effect? So there's a lot of questions that I had, and um, I basically went into the room and instantly got kicked. And I was like, oh, I'm not sure if I was kicked. And they sort of said, yeah, we're not having other people on at the moment. And I'm like, okay, all right. So someone invited me to Father Charles, they sort of said. I think it was my good friend Big Bad Mama, who is amazing. They're awesome. But sort of going over there and into the thing, it was a really productive sort of conversation. There are a few different perspectives. There was Faithful, who had a different perspective on her children and what she wanted for her children, which I think was, fair enough, and certainly coming from a good place there. I'm not sure I agreed with everything, but sort of talking about it is really good. How we can do the best for young people, and what does it mean to have these relationships, and how we sort of let's discuss it as adults. So it was really good. I ran into a guy, David, who sort of he believes that with if he didn't believe in God, he would revert to a monster that he used to be before he found God. And I've encountered a lot of this stuff. It kind of I don't think that's true. I don't think you forget the experiences and the loves of your life and all of the things that make you you. I think it's an unfounded fear that he has. And I want to clarify, it is a fear that he has, and that's what's causing a bit of aggressive behavior, and a bit of sort of anger that someone would try and convince him that a god isn't real. So I think that um, David is sort of gripped by his fear of himself, if that makes sense, which is very, very hard to see. But, you know, all the best to him, and I hope he's okay. Um, but it eventually got from. And this that there appears to be some sort of disagreement between some people on Father Charles' side and Proverbs guy's side. There's a schism of some sort. To be honest with you, I don't know what it is, and it really isn't my business. So if you're going, hey, why is there this thing happening? I don't know, and I feel like it's none of my business to sort of ask. All that happened is that I went to Proverbs Guy and got kicked out. So someone said, "Come to this guy's channel," and had a really good conversation with everybody involved. It was interesting, really interesting. But I had a guy Lupin at the end who sort of um, he came over from the Proverbs Guy channel and sort of um, wanted to talk to me and talk about morality and sort of we were getting onto spirit and stuff, and he just went into a tangent that nobody saw coming. A sort of oh, but what about these people, and it went downhill from there. So you can see what happens. It is very late in. I do realize this is a long one, so I do apologize, but I did have a really good conversation that I really enjoyed. um so yeah, let's get ready to rumble. think I saw it on Big Bad Mamas actually. So yeah, that's like, and I was gonna bring up stuff like you know, there's sort of I'm not sure how this sort of exploitation of children, which is awful, absolutely awful, ties into um sort of consenting adults kind of thing. I don't know how it ties into their point, um and sort of how what it's supposed to do to combat STIs is really weird. It's weird.
Mark, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Yeah, sorry, I should have asked how you all are. I do apologize. Just Hovind is awful. He's just awful. That's my
Well,
opinion.
you
Yeah,
missed one of the interesting parts where one of the panelists, a guy named Achilles from Greece, claimed to have a one-night stand with a woman, and then in the morning, he heard several voices, and he was, I guess, inhabited by a demon at that point.
yes, I
Did I
heard
hear
the
that
end of that.
right,
I heard the end
Yeah.
of that.
everybody?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I don't. So apparently, he heard laughing when he dreamed about somebody laughing with him at him. Uh, you know, some demon laughing at him. And as far as I understand it, he got an STI from that encounter, which I, I don't know. I'm so baffled as to why that is surprising. But was he? You know, he was in Greece. Was he a sailor? Maybe. I don't know.
No.
I don't know why. I don't know the circumstances of it. I don't know where he picked up this woman.
Mark, he claims to be a computer programmer, bro. That's what he claims to be.
Well, he may well be.
By
I mean,
profession.
well, I mean, he might well
He may
be.
be. I'm just saying, yeah, that's what he professes to be.
Well, I mean, a lot of people do go into programming later in their lives, because it, you know, once you sort of reach a certain age, you know, you're not that physical anymore. So if you are in the Navy or something, or are, you know, traveling around as a younger, well, computer programming, you basically sit on your ass all day, basically. You know, sorry to be crude about it, but yeah, you know, it happens. I know people that have been miners that have been sort of, you know, their towns have dried up, or the mining has stopped down, and they've become programmers. So yeah, it's more than possible. It's one of those occupations that you're not really limited later in your life. So sure.
So they wouldn't let you in the room?
No, I went
you
in and
can't
they
see
just kicked me out straight away. So I was like,
Ah.
did I get kicked? And they're like, oh, we're having a panel, you know, we're not having people on. And I'm like, there's a StreamYard link above it, kind of thing. So as I said in the chat, I said, I'm getting mixed messages here, you know. They're sort of saying, come on in with the StreamYard link, and they're not allowing me in. And they said, oh, no, we're having a panel. We should have made it clear that we're not having other people in today. And I'm like, okay, cool. I mean, it's their room. They can run it however they want. It's just, yeah.
Yeah,
I was
true,
sort of
yeah.
a bit
Oh,
fooled
by
by
the way,
the
Big
link.
Bad Mama, you'll be interested to know this. I know who outed me. We almost made it. We almost made it without being outed, but they handled it well.
Well, I outed it because I went over to get Mark. And so I told Mark to come over to Father Charles' channel.
Yeah.
I don't care. That's fine. Yeah.
Somebody I know
And
said to come over. I can't remember who it was. Somebody else said to come over as well.
it was Preterist General.
Preterist guy, yeah.
Yeah.
That was me.
Oh, I see. That's one of your many alts. So I'll have to keep an eye out for
Well,
that
I'm
one as
blocked.
well.
I'm blocked otherwise.
Mark, I
Yeah.
had the same experience yesterday. I was not participated on the channel that said was open panel, everyone welcome. And of course, they eventually let me on just
Yep.
to give me a verbal thrashing.
Okay.
But, and today, I think when he says sexually transmitted demon, I think that's what he says from that encounter with that woman.
Right.
Somehow a demon travel up the old whatever, and he's now inhabited by a demon. It's just bizarre.
Well, I wanted to talk about sort of what comprises a demon. Like, are you just using that as a metaphor for, and maybe this is me being sort of, I am on the autism spectrum, so sometimes, sort of metaphors go over my head, like kind of thing, as used as a metaphor. But, like,
They meant it, Mark. I didn't mean to interfere. They meant it, buddy. They meant
Right.
it.
right. Well, so I mean, I don't know how that works, and if you do have a demon, like, are you actually getting treatment? Like, this STI that you picked up, did you actually go and get treatment for that? And I mean, I didn't want to pry, but I was sort of interested in, well, what was it? And did you get treatment for it, or did you just get an exorcism, or did you actually look at it medically, kind of thing? Because what worries me about demons, and I'm not sure what you believe, and I don't want to be insulting, but I find that a lot of people think that and I've sort of investigated cases where people have thought there is a demon and it's just mental health issues. The girl that the exorcism of Emily Rose was based upon was a real event, and she had dissociative epilepsy, which is a definite problem and can look really evil and malignant, kind of thing, because it does involve a lot of sort of thrashing and yelling and incoherency. And that girl died, and it was really sad and unfortunate that she didn't get the treatment that she needed. So it's one of my things that I obviously I don't believe in demons, so I don't think they actually exist. So it really worries me that somebody on the panel that we're watching hasn't actually medically addressed problems and instead tried to spiritually address an STI, which, as I say it now, sounds ridiculous. I'm sorry, it does.
Charles, what did you think about his story? Charles, are you there?
You're
Yeah, it would help if I'd unmute myself.
Yeah,
wouldn't
I've
it,
done
guys?
that plenty of times, mate. Don't worry about that.
Ridiculous, and that's putting it mildly. And then what I was getting from Stump was that sexuality wasn't for pleasure at all, but just because of the cardinal mind. And I'm being serious. I'm not trying to make fun of anyone. But tell me if anyone here got something different from the show. But he was basically, I did make the comment and comments. Then Stump should have went off after he's done whatever his business and hide in a room till evening time. I mean, he was taking that part of the Bible literally. Did I read that wrong, Big Bad Mama? Do you remember what part I'm talking about?
Well, was it the video that they showed, or?
They were talking about, Stump was talking about the carnal mind, that basically we're only supposed to have sex to reproduce.
Right.
Okay, we shouldn't take any pleasure in it. And then they were talking about the fluids, bodily fluids. Maybe
Right.
this will jargon your memory. And Stump said, "Well, here in the Bible, it says you should wait until evening until you clean yourself up." So that's when I made, I thought it was so ridiculous. Yes, I made a ridiculous statement in the comments. I said, "Well, maybe you should have went off and hid in your room until the evening came, Stump." But did anyone else get that, or was that just me being biased against Stump?
No, he
No,
said
that
that,
was a
and then
disgusting
Stephen came back and said that Stephen contradicted him and talked about yeast infections, didn't he?
Yes. Yes.
So I mean, what Stephen said
Yeah,
was,
you just jarred my memory. Yes, he said, "Well, you wouldn't want to wait that long, Stump." And you're right. That's when he brought up the yeast infections.
I got the sense from the video that they showed that they were trying to kind of tell young people just to hold your sexual feelings within and kind of create a whole bunch of like an incel community. It's kind of what it sounded like to me.
Do you think that title sounds like a horror movie?
What, Logan?
The title they have. Does it sound like a horror movie?
Yes.
Sexually transmitted demons?
It sounds like a
Yeah.
parody horror movie, yes.
I think
Definitely.
it sounds like a horror movie with a W.
Yeah, but see, that's the sad part, guys and ladies. It wasn't meant to be a parody at all. That's concerning to me. How about you, Christian Pike?
Yeah, I wanted to just make a quick comment. I didn't mean to leave.
Please.
I didn't want to be overly pious, but honestly, that just was disgusting. I didn't want to be there for that.
That's fair. Don't you
but I'll
know
tell you
have
this,
boundaries,
like-
Christian. You don't have to apologize for that, mate.
Well, it's one thing if people are just having a private conversation or whatever, but first off, you have a public conversation with men and women in this mixed forum, and then on top of that, it's supposed to be a ministry channel. And I don't know. I mean, it just, anyways. If you don't have anything good to say, just don't say anything at all. I guess so. I have nothing good to say, but I just, to me, that's a shame that would be allowed on the ministry channel. That's all I have to say about that.
Well, I think that I think my concern, and I was going to bring this up. Sorry, Charles. I just wanted to say this. I wanted to bring up. You know, do you think you're doing medical misinformation? Like, do you think that you should be in a position to talk about what STDs actually are and how they can be combated? Like, I just,
unless you're an MD. Yeah.
well, yeah, I would.
I think I even made a comment. I'd have to go through it, but I made a comment. Oh, tonight they're all MDs over there too. I said something.
Right.
Like
It would concern me, anybody but sort of a doctor actually talking about how to prevent you STIs and things like that. I mean, if you had medical information, sure, but if you're suggesting that somehow that an STI is spiritual rather than physical, I would have serious questions about, are you spreading medical misinformation? Which is why I wanted to get to, you know, are you saying to treat this physically as well as spiritually? Look, I'm not gonna sort of say, hey, you can't do things spiritually. People are entitled to their own spirituality, their own beliefs, their own stuff like that. But you've got to treat it physically as well, because we know that if you just take spiritual actions, it's not going to solve the problem. Your STI will hang around. You know, if you've got some problem, it's going to still be there. So I that's what I wanted to ask them.
Well, I want to add something to Mark Reid's comment. There is you know, I mean, according biblically, all right. I mean, literally biblically, wearing a condom is also against, you know, Christianity and Judaism and Islam. So with something like that, the reason I'm adding or saying I'm adding to it is because you brought up the fact you'd be a little leery of somebody bringing up, you know, not medically backed, you know, information, etc., and it's regarding medical. So I guess I just want to add to the fact, you know, I mean, where else do you go with that? Adding on to that, you know, where else do you go with that to answer Mark's question when you also take into consideration that, you know, I mean, it's biblically against God for a man to wear a condom. So that takes away their safe sex practice, etc. I'm talking of the world, not religion. So living in the flesh and whatnot, you know, they promoted safe sex in the 1990s and 2000s. They promoted safe sex. We in school, uh, you know, 1990s and 2000s, we in school could have gone and got a condom pretty much anytime we wanted to from, you know, the school nurses or etc. So, you know, and they were teaching us safe sex practices and all that about wearing a condom. And then another thing I want to bring up is I want to ask, is it against God, against the Bible, against Christianity and or Judaism for women to take birth control? Because every time I bring birth control up, which also would actually technically be onanism, but at the same time, women's excuse is it's to regulate my period. So I want to ask if that's wrong.
Well, in the Eastern Church, birth control is a matter of choice. but not the what do they call it, guys? You're gonna have to help me out. I hate to be crude by calling it the death pill, the morning after.
Yeah, Plan B.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's banned from the church. But birth control, no. And I can speak for the Roman Catholic Church. It no, I can't really. They've changed some things. So I better keep my mouth shut on the Roman Catholic Church. Just to remind you, Mark, I'm an Eastern Orthodox priest. So,
Okay, yeah. I think I had that in the back of my mind. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's hard to sort of uphold no contraceptives, especially when sort of AIDS in Africa and things like that have been a problem. Getting sort of prophylactics to those people so we can stop the spread of this disease is ultimately something that the Roman Catholic Church unfortunately did prevent, and had a hand in preventing, which is really unfortunate because it did a lot of damage, especially in African communities where HIV was prevalent, especially in a lot of communities where HIV sort of ran rampant. Um, it's sort of, it's one of those things that appears to be like we can't seem to stop it without these preventative measures, unfortunately. um, and I don't think that abstinence works. It doesn't, statistically speaking, it just doesn't work to stop people from having sex.
Yeah, it's totally unrealistic to think that especially young people aren't going to have sex. I mean, so you have
Yeah.
to provide them with state-sponsored forms of birth control
Well, and I
for
think
safe sex and for birth control.
Well, I think the thing that works most is the information about it. You know, what actual, getting pregnant involves, what the outcomes are, like the information of consequences, and educating young people in exactly what it means to go through all of these things. I think that is probably the best weapon against underage sex that we kind of have, because if they understand the consequences and they have to take responsibility for the consequences, whatever they may be, they're less likely to engage in those activities, especially, and certainly less likely to engage in those activities dangerously, which is really the main problem.
Claude, what do
Right.
you?
Oh, sorry, Logan.
Oh, that's right. Claude, what do you think?
What is your question there to me?
What do you think of what they're saying?
Well, I think it is very grossly exaggerated. I mean, everybody is going to have sex at some stage nowadays, and even in times gone past, they don't always worry about being married. And I'm almost sure that many on their panel have not worried about in this past. So they're just coming across holier than thou, and unrealistic. And, imagine if I was a young boy or a girl, I don't want to reach the age of puberty and starting having feelings and not know about it. I think sex education is extremely important, and because many parents don't do it, that's why the schools get involved as well. And I don't have a problem with that. As to the exact age, I don't know, but definitely not sort of just before suddenly they potentially become active. That is crazy. They need to know about it before. And I remember the first time I heard about sex, I thought, oh, yuck, I'm never going to do that. So kids don't hear about sex and suddenly rush off and have a quick one behind the bike sheds.
Yeah, and the bigger problem is that
I remember my father sitting me down. It, he was up late. It don't matter. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. We're sitting in the living room, and we weren't watching TV anyway. We were having one of these father to son, son chats, and I was telling him, and I guess I was probably 11 years old, 12 maybe, and I said, Dad, I really want to be a priest. Now, I was born and raised Roman Catholic, Mark Reid, just so you know.
yeah.
Don't worry, I'm not going to go through my journey to Eastern Orthodoxy, but Anyway, I remember my dad getting very uncomfortable and saying, "You might, when you're another year old, you might want to really think this over." And I remember him saying to me, "Men have needs and women have needs." And I remember I must have been 11, and I said, "Well, what needs are they, Dad?" And so I watched my father get even more uncomfortable. He's from another era.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just was going from what Claude was saying. Of course, I come from a different era where it was uncomfortable to talk about sex.
Yeah, well, I think the bigger problem is that when a kid isn't sort of told about sex by their parents, or have any kind of formal sex education, they will learn from the other children around them, and that's where you get like the ridiculous stuff, like you can only get pregnant if you're lying down, and these really weird things that people believe that are so obviously untrue. Um, so. Um, it's just stories that have been passed around. But it's very interesting that your father told you have needs. I think you do. And so another question I kind of had is, what exactly is lust? Because it sounds like they're not just talking about any old sexual
Yeah, but
attraction
real
kind of thing.
quick, Mark, when my dad said I had needs, I had no idea what he was talking about, bro.
Right,
That's what I
right.
was trying to get. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I didn't
No,
mean to
no, no. I
interrupt.
gotcha.
I
And
just
sort of, sort of your parents sort of saying, "Hey, when you get older, you will experience
right.
these feelings," because we
Yeah.
all do. That is such a responsible thing to do. And I sort of, I can sort of say, "Hey, your father was at least trying to do the right thing," and say, "Hey, you're gonna,
Mhm.
as you go through puberty, you're gonna start to get these feelings," and explain it, kind of thing. Not just say, "Hey, don't feel this way." Don't
Right.
have these
Yeah.
these terrible feelings that make you a bad person. I don't think that's healthy. I really don't think that's healthy. I think sort of explaining that, hey, you're going to have these feelings, acting on it inappropriately is really bad. Um, because we know that, hey, that there can be such a thing as, too much fixation with sex, too much sort of, if you will, an addiction to sex kind of thing. But you can have an
Right.
addiction to food. You can have an addiction to almost anything. It's sort of the problem comes when you're using the object of what you're addicted to in order to cope with your feelings. So, for instance, if you have low self esteem, you might use a prolific sex life to kind of cope with not feeling good enough, and in order to replace
Mhm.
that sort of secureness in yourself with an external thing. And that's where it runs into problems. That's when it's incredibly unhealthy. So, um, I don't think any sort of secularist or any kind of materialist would say, "Hey, just sex is great, do it as much as you can," kind of thing. I don't think that's really what anyone's
Mhm.
advocating for, but that's what they seem to be making it sound like. Um, I've mentioned before black and white thinking. It's either you abstain totally or you're just running rampant out there, just going crazy. And I think both is unhealthy. I think that both sort of
Mhm.
I think I can show studies from scientists showing that both are an unhealthy way to be psychologically. I think there should be um, a responsible way you go about doing things, and that's part of what sex education is. How do you responsibly sort of address these feelings and live your sexuality without it becoming harmful to yourself or other people around you? And I think that's really important.
Mhm.
Well, they view it as a sin, right? So aren't they
Right.
going to paint us
Well,
as doing
well,
it
big.
as much as possible in all the unhealthiest ways possible? Because that's
Mhm.
part of their narrative that we deny God because we want to sin.
Well,
And
I
you hear
mean,
that from them all the time.
yeah, but I've brought that
Well,
up
that's
to
why I
other
wanted to
people.
make sure. I'm sorry,
No,
Mark.
no,
Just
go
a
ahead,
quick.
Charles. No, you're sure. Go for it, mate.
With Big Dad Mama here.
Yeah.
That's why I asked you, Big Dad Mama, if I heard right about Stomp the Cardinal Mind, that sex was basically for reproductive purposes. And I think I didn't hear it so much from Steven, but I think Achilles touched on it, and uh, please, someone correct me if I heard it
Devin
wrong.
said it was a tool only to have children.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I
Right.
wasn't hearing it wrong. And Big Bang Mama said I wasn't. So,
You heard it
so
right,
yeah, I
Charles.
guess they were saying that with the carnal mind, if I guess if you're lusting after your own wife, and God brought you together in marriage, and you're not supposed to enjoy yourselves in the marriage bed, is ridiculous. That's why, Big Bad Mama, when you asked me about what I thought of the video, every time I think of a different part of it, it's just ridiculous. So
Chuck, this is a subject that ought to actually be discussed, whether it's discussed, if it's discussed properly among adults. Uh, that, in my viewpoint, is a very good thing. And quite surprisingly, for a lot of people, what I'm hearing in this particular group right here, and by the way, I don't have my glasses on. I don't know who's right over me. Mark, I've heard a lot about you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
I'm the old lady in the group, but I'm only 24, so that's how you know who I am. There's this particular group of people, uh, uh, BBM and Mark and Claude and Sky and Charles uh, and Gangster. Y'all have really conducted yourself like gentlemen, and I do have to say I appreciate that. From the feminine gender, I do appreciate that. You're conducting this conversation as adults and you're speaking about it from a very respectful point of view. Mark, you're bringing up some very, very, very good points. I, my brain can't recall them, but they're very good points.
I'll take your word
Uh,
for it.
well, I'll tell you, you can ask Chuck if they were bad. I'd have said something or put something in chat like
She
immediately.
would have.
Oh, go
She
for it.
would have.
No, I
Uh,
love criticism. Healthy criticism is great. I love it. So
Well,
feel free. Absolutely.
if criticism is due, however, y'all are talking about things from a viewpoint of where the world is right now, and rightfully so, because it's to me personally, I've watched this over. I'm not going to say over 8 decades because that's right about where I'm at, and I won't tell which side of 8 decades. But so I'm going to go back to the uh, late 50s, early 60s, because obviously I was born right around the 40s. And the idea of sexuality was not in the forefront like it is right now. Uh, were girls getting pregnant in school when I was in high school? Yes, they were. However, it was few and far between, and it was almost disgraceful for the girl to have done that because the moral values in this country were totally different. Chuck, can you agree with that? I'm figuring that all these young men are much younger than you are younger than
yeah,
both of us.
I'm a child of the '70s, but oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, gee, just 70? I have got a few years over.
Well, that's when I reached preteen, and
Oh, okay, gotcha.
yeah.
I thought you were
I,
born.
I, I was going over to the hormone side of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got it. Now, one of the things that I've learned over the years is that, and I do have a grandson who is 19, and I had a serious talk with him when he started to get hormonal age. And I talked to him about respect for himself, respect for his body, respect for the young lady that he's with. Right now, he's been dating a young lady for quite some time, and both of them are very respectful of their own bodies. And I'm just going to put it that way that you can read between the lines. Uh, every now and then, I ask him, "Are you? Is everything good?" And he says, "Grandma, I promised you, and this is where we're at." I've talked to uh, couples. I've talked to people that were divorced and getting remarried, and told them, you need to respect. You will have more respect in your marriage and your relationship if you will respect your body and respect his and abstain until that night, because that night will be most precious for you. What a lot of people don't realize, and I am going to get spiritual on you fellas, but so if you don't want to hear it, just say so. And Chuck, I would be very glad if you would like to have a recorded conversation on this and you can just put it out, because it would be a very good conversation to have. But there is something spiritual that happens with the union of a man and a woman, with a man and between a husband and wife. Something spiritual happens. In the Garden of Eden, Adam knew his wife. Uh, Correct me if I'm wrong, Chuck. Um, Adam knew his wife. That meant he, when he knew his wife, and biblically, when the term know meant that they were intimate with each other on their wedding night. Am I correct, Chuck? I don't
Yeah,
think
you're
he's there.
correct. I
Okay.
was
All
muted.
right.
Go ahead.
That's fine. I just want to make sure. So when Adam knew his wife, when a man and a woman become one in marriage, they become one. There is a joining together, both physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally at that moment, that very moment. And if they have kept themselves clean, and I'm sure you gentlemen know what I mean by clean, if they have kept themselves clean, inside the lady, there is a membrane. When that membrane is broken, there is blood that comes. Now, I'm just being adult, and there is blood that comes. That has to do with the blood covenant of Jesus Christ. And this is completely spiritual. And it is a shame that over the decades, that sexuality has become such a thing that it's in everybody's face. It's just, we got to, it's a shame that we have to tell people. And yes, you are right. Re, I'm trying to pull up the name, Mark. You are right in saying, the best thing to do is to educate people right now on how not to get ST. You call them STIs, I call them STDs, because I'm not talking about satanic things.
Well, they just changed the
Um,
name because other
they did.
infections, they're
Well,
not technically diseases. They're like, it's just a semantic thing with sort of
okay, well
medicine.
that's fine, because this is the first time I've heard of it. I thought it was strictly for this program. That goes to show how out of circulation I am
No,
on things.
it's just a name
How
change, the medical sort of thing. Don't worry about it. Or
got it?
STDs, people know exactly what you're talking about. Don't
Yeah,
stress
but
at
on
all.
the other show, it's talking about STD, sexually transmitted demons. So that's why I was making reference to that. So it's a shame that we do have to educate people on how to keep themselves healthy, because they have got this. There is a mindset that this is what everyone is supposed to do. When my kids were growing up, and I was not where I am right now, in my walk with Jesus. When I was raising my kids, I was struggling. I was getting where I'm at now. But I it occurred to me with my youngest one, and he's now 40, that and especially, well, let me back up. It With my grandchildren, who are now 21 and 19. I never told them, when you get married, when you do this, when you do this, because we put a mindset into people. This is what's expected of you. When you have kids, it's expected of you to have kids. When you have sex the first time, it's we as adults are telling young people, this is what we expect you're going to do. This is natural. This is normal. This is the way it should be. We don't bother to tell them, if you get married, to give them the option. It's okay if you don't get married. So I don't know if I'm making a whole lot of sense, but Chuck, when it comes to sexuality in marriage, if you would like to, I would gladly do a one-on-one conversation with you to record and broadcast if you think that you would like to put that up, because it is a teaching that does need to be discussed. It does need to be shared openly, because this mindset has come to where I have to agree with Mark and BBM and that it that we do have to teach people, be safe about it. I don't. I just tell people, hey, you know what? Abstain. And I have talked to men, and I have talked to I'm going to use girls for the feminine gender because I differentiate between woman and lady. I have talked to men, and I have talked to girls, and they did not have a sexual drive until the first time that they had intercourse, or until it was put in their mind this is the way it's supposed to be. Even the first time, with most of them, they were very hesitant because they were almost afraid to do this. Not fear of condemnation, God's going to strike me dead, but they were afraid to do this. It was a natural natural thing that was put inside them. This is not the right thing to be doing, not right now. And for most of them, that's the way it has been. And they tell me, everyone said everybody's doing it, it's okay, it's okay, so I went ahead and did it. And I felt guilty when I heard the uh, testimony that I call him Seven, Heart of Flesh gave. When I heard that, that was not that was not satanic. He did not receive he did not have a satanic dream. He was not engulfed with a demon. And I agree with you, Mark. When was he delivered from it? When did he get medical help for if he and has he still got that demon in him? I'd like to know that.
Certainly
If he's so
question.
convinced that that's what happened to him, I think on a Christian station, I think as Christians we ought to know, was he delivered? And that's just a side comment. However, let me get back on track. He, what in talking to people, and I've talked to not hundreds of thousands and not thousands, but enough people over my lifetime, and young people and adults. On that first time, what they felt was guilt. It might have been guilt. It might have been shame. It might have been from teachings of the past that they knew that this wasn't right. It might have been their own conscience saying, I didn't do that right. That what he conveyed, unless it was something really way out there, and I don't go that way out there, although some people think I do. He was conveying his guilty conscience. He had a dream, and if he had a dream, sometimes our dreams convey our thoughts of, I didn't do that. I shouldn't have done that. I'm guilty. That's how I saw what he said. I don't know what's going on that other channel. I'm not about to even discuss it. I'm just discussing what I heard, and I I won't go back over there. Chuck knows why I won't go back over there. So I don't agree with what they're teaching there tonight. I just don't. What you men are talking about what can we do now with society the way it is to keep people healthy?
Well,
To teach kids, don't do it the first time because you won't have the drive, and to not put that thought in their mind. They have to, because everybody is. To me, that's the right thing to do. And thank you, gentlemen, for giving me that time. I'm going to mute my mic.
well, I think there's a lot to unpack there. There's a bit that I do want to sort of push back on FTJ because I get that a lot of people do feel guilt and feel this overwhelming sense of guilt. I must say that I didn't, and I do know women that haven't, because that guilt seems to be arising from being told that it's wrong, that you can't do that. And so I don't see any sense of guilt that isn't human created, as far as sort of losing your virginity is concerned. I do think that there's certainly, it depends on what age your son is, sort of. So if he's of a younger age, yeah, I'd probably say, do wait is a probably good advice. The problem comes that you probably won't know if he is engaging in that kind of behavior or not, if he's sexually active or not, because his grandmother or his mother or somebody like that is the last person he would tell if he's actually engaged in that. And there have been a lot of people that have thought their sons or their daughters have not been sexually active when they have been. And that's just a reality of life. You're not going to tell your parents about what you're doing sexually. That isn't a thing that we do. Um,
I understand that. I can tell you the same family had a young lady. Uh, uh, in fact, she's my granddaughter. She she never dated, not that anybody knew. She went to work.
right,
She came home. Never dated. Um, she delivered a baby at 25 weeks
right, and
and
that's
didn't
that's
even
sort
know
of
she.
what we
But
should
she didn't even
educate people
she
about.
didn't even know she was pregnant. However, this young man is totally different in character and nature and very open about everything he
Sure,
does.
sure.
And so is the young lady he's dating. So there are the exceptions to the rule. I mean, there are exceptions not to the rule. There are
Oh,
exceptions
sure,
to
sure.
what is considered to be norm these days.
Sure. But what we
And
want to do, I didn't actually get to
I
finish what
understand
I
your
was saying,
thinking and where you're
FTJ.
coming
I
from.
didn't actually
Sure.
get to finish what I was saying, kind of thing. That if that is the case, that somebody is in, just say it's another boy that says to their parents, no, I'm not engaged in that kind of stuff, and they're not telling the truth. Okay, just say that's the case, not yours, but another one. Okay, so just another one. What we want to do is make sure that kid has a chance to be safe if that's what they're going to do, because there isn't any
I
way to stop
understand.
them. Is sort of the
Yeah,
thing that I was sort of
I
trying to get at.
understand that's what you're saying.
Um,
Sure.
you sort of said that sort of,
I wasn't countering what you were saying. I was just
yeah,
giving
yeah,
it because
that
there are people that are watching this or are going to listen to it later that there is a different viewpoint out there. And that's why I was saying what y'all are doing because of the may I just call it in my mind, it's like an epidemic going on, if you could call it that. But it's just kind of like this is the norm. And so to tell people, it since you are going to engage in that, you've got to be careful. I mean,
right.
I'm not going to say,
Well,
oh,
the
gee,
whole
now you
point
have to
is
do
the
this.
whole
You're
point that
already
I was
doing
I
it.
was really
Hmm.
trying to get to is because we don't know which child is and which child isn't, or which teenager is and which teenager is. I shouldn't say child because I really am against that. Um, Sort of which teenager is which isn't. We really ought to teach everybody about it because, as you say, nobody knew that this other girl was dating. She probably didn't know a lot about it. She may have been taught in school, may not have been, but sort of to try and give them the best chance to be safe because we don't know who is engaged with it and who isn't, and that's the reason for it. You had a lot of other stuff that you sort of said, and you mentioned abstinence, and we know that
By the way, I do want to tell you, I do understand exactly what you're saying about that, and I don't disagree
yeah,
because
we
you've
well,
got to cast a
the
broad
thing is
net in order to catch the
FTJ,
ones that you have to.
abstinence doesn't work. We've seen in all of the states that have implemented abstinence only stuff, it doesn't work. Right? So this is the problem that you're sort of advocating abstinence when abstinence isn't something that works. If it did work,
Abstinence may
I
not
would,
work
yep, I
on the
just
whole
want to
society,
be
but it
able
does
to
on
talk.
individuals.
Um, so yeah, and abstinence is perfectly fine. I would encourage that for young people if they do want to abstain to a certain point. But I think um, waiting till marriage doesn't seem to increase the chances of the marriage actually succeeding. It just doesn't. There's plenty of people that do abstain to the point where they get married and they have very short marriages. There's people that have sex before they have married and their marriage is short as well. It doesn't seem to be a great impactor, and that's not to take away from sort of the reasoning that you had to wait till marriage is because it's very special. And what I want to do is sort of remove that and sort of say, hey, um, engaging with somebody sexually is always should be a special thing. I've had many partners over my life, and there's it always means something. I don't think that people have sex and it doesn't mean anything. This whole idea of, oh, I'll just have sex doesn't mean it. It always means something. It's always like I consider every single person I've been with to have a special place in my life. But and I don't think that has in any way interfered with the relationship that I have with my wife. Each person was special in their own way. I adore my wife. I love my wife. I don't think that it sort of detracts from your current partner or the person that you're with in the way that you're suggesting. That in somehow me having a special relationship with somebody previously has any impact on my special relationship with my wife now. I don't think
Oh, no,
that's the
that wasn't
case.
what I was suggesting. I
Well,
was talking about from a 100% biblical viewpoint.
well, I mean, of
And that's
course, I
why I
don't
offered to have the
subscribe to a.
discussion with Chuck,
Yeah,
because that's not a discussion
I
I
guess
really
I
want to
don't
go into here.
subscribe to a biblical. I don't, I don't see the Bible as particularly providing anything to sort of help me with my life at all. I would rather sort of address things as they are rather than something that was written ages ago where it might have made sense in the context of ancient Israel, but it doesn't really, to me anyway, it doesn't really apply to today's society. Um, and what I want to sort of get across to a lot of people is that um, people have sex drive, and humans and other apes, in fact, are unusual because we have sex drive out of estrus. Estrus is the period in time where the woman ovulates and is receptive to pregnancy. They can get pregnant during that time. Other animals go into heat, right? They'll experience heat. They'll only have a sex drive during that time, and apes are unusual because they will have it outside of there. So I think that humans have this a part of sex is a bonding thing. You bond yourself to other humans in a way that is, like you said, it's very special. Like you consider that partner very, very special kind of thing, above sometimes even your parents or your close family. Um, but I think educating people about the emotional connection is a way better way of addressing it, sort of saying, hey, just don't do it at all. Because in my opinion, and you can disagree with this all you want, in my opinion, that is denying them that chance to have that bonding experience, that connection with somebody on another level that is very, very important to humans. But I think
Can I
educating them,
comment on that?
because we've seen people that are young that engage in sex, and there's sort of some terms that I used to use when I was young, and they're pretty coarse. I won't read them out, but basically, say a guy that's absolutely smitten with a girl because he's had sex with her, and he'll do whatever she says and be absolutely, and in reverse, a girl that will just put up with anything a guy does because she's had sex with him and she's bonded to him. Those are sort of like harmful to the people involved. They lead to bad relationships. So
Agreed.
educating people not only about the physical aspects of sex, but the emotional aspects of relationships as well. Bonding and how sex plays a role in emotional bonding and relationships is really important as well. So I'm not going to just say, sex ed should just be the nuts and bolts sort of physical. No, absolutely not. It should be about what it all entails, and that's what I was taken through when I was in school. Like, what is a relationship? What does it involve? How does sex play a role in that? I think that's really important as well. But I do
What
disagree.
country are you from?
Australia.
Hey,
Okay.
Mark,
Yeah,
can I ask you a quick question?
of
Did you have
course.
a comprehensive sex education program in Australia
Mm,
at some point? You know what I mean?
yes.
Middle school.
Yep.
Uh, do you remember
Yeah,
what?
we call it high school, but it's the same as middle school for
Okay,
you. So it's like
okay.
year nine, roughly around the age
Ninth
of,
grade.
yeah, 15,
Okay.
14, 15, roughly, I think, from
Yeah.
memory. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Can I
just
get a
curious.
couple comments in here?
Oh,
Yes,
sorry,
please.
Big Bad Mama. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, Mark,
Yeah,
are
I'm
you
done.
done?
I'm done. Sorry, mate. Sorry. And
Okay.
sorry, FM, TJ.
Oh,
I
no
just
problem. I
wanted to
just
get it.
wanted to address Faithful's comments a little bit. And she mentioned that in the old days, like say maybe the 1950s, if a girl got pregnant, there was a stigma that was put on her, like almost like a scarlet letter.
Yeah.
And I just have to say that that was such a damaging time for young people to be in that position, because all the judgment that came down on them, that was not good for children. I mean, that was not a good time to be a teenage person.
Oh, I understand that. You're talking teenage years here, and
Well, Faithful,
my
can
comment
I
was.
finish,
Go ahead.
please? Let me finish all my points and then you can address them, please. Um, the other point was, you don't have to be married to somebody to feel a depth experience with that person in terms of a mind, body, spirit connection. You can feel that. There's people that have never been married that have deeper relationships than a lot of people that are married. So I don't even think the marriage plays into it. And I know this is going to be controversial, but it's not just a man and a woman who can feel those feelings. A man can feel those for a man, a woman can feel those for a woman, so on and so on. So I I think that religion has tried to limit those relationships, and it's just not acceptable anymore in today's world. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mark. Uh, People that know me know that I actually had to go get a pencil and a piece of paper to write down things if you were going to make more than one point, because my brain only contains things for a very limited time. So I don't mean to be disrespectful to either of you gentlemen. Uh, I, to Mark, and I did make a note to Mark. I don't know if any, and even you, BBM, I don't know if either one of you have, or anyone in this room has ever heard an in-depth scriptural biblical teaching on abstinence. If you had, then you might understand what we're talking about. It's different than just saying, "Oh, don't do it." It's very different than that. When I had talked with my grandson, and when I have a talk with the ones that are getting remarried, I have that biblical talk with them, and that's why I said I would go into that with Chuck, not here tonight, because this is not the forum for something like that. And it does go into something deeper than just don't do it because it's not right. That's not it at all. Growing up as a teenager, addressing you, BBM, during those times, it was guilt. It wasn't that everybody said, "Oh, look at her," and a lot of that happened. A lot of it did, because isn't it funny that it was always the girl's fault she got pregnant? It was never the boy's fault. Reminds me of the biblical account of the lady, the woman that was taken in the act of what was it called? What's the biblical term for it, Chuck? Adultery. And she was taken before Jesus and said, this woman was caught in the very act. Well, they didn't bring in the man. Why didn't they bring in the man? So back in the 50s, I always thought that it was a big shame, and even the early 60s, it was a big shame that the girl was always found guilty and not the guy. And I was a young person back then. So, no, that wasn't right. It was a bad time. However, back then, uh, to getting pregnant wasn't the norm, it was the abnormal. There were very, very few teenage pregnancies compared to what there is right now. And that's because everyone says everybody's doing it, it's okay. Back then, there were totally different moralities, totally different values taught within the homes and within the families. And it wasn't just biblical teachings, it was moral teachings within, it was a moral code within families. So we're talking some different generations here. And because of the fact that, I've got quite a few years on most of you, I can look back at these times, and those are times that you'd have to ask your grandparents about, because they probably could remember that. Not that I'm old enough to be your grandparents, but some of the people around here, I am old enough to be a grandparent. I've got, yeah, I could be. especially at the age kids are having children now. But I'm going to get on to a few other things. Thank you, gentlemen, for allowing me. I'm going to stay in to listen because I've got my Bluetooth in, but I've got some things I have to do around the house before people get home over here because I do stay with people and there are things that I do for them. But thank you so much, very much
Okay.
for the conversation. By the way, David, it's really good to see your icon there or your avatar. Thank you for joining us tonight. I didn't want you to be slighted.
No
Thanks,
problem.
Faithful.
Yeah. Thanks, Faithful. Yeah, Mark, that's
Thank
where
you.
I was going with the conversation. You're obviously young enough to be my son. You don't have to give me your age. You look
I'm
about my son's
47.
age, so 40.
47.
You're a little older than him. Okay. I
Yeah,
feel
I
younger
don't
then.
think
All
so.
right.
I'm older than I look.
You really do. You do.
Yeah, my brother's the same.
Um,
It's just genetics, probably. That's it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the point of view of the younger generation. Of course, I've heard all this from my son, but well, you're old enough to see where cultures crossed over.
Sure.
I'm certainly old enough to be your father. So, um, I guess what I'm getting at was there a distinct in Australia anyway? I know we might have a cultural gap there. The United States seems to be behind European countries and with new ideas and everything. Could you see that crossover at some point in your life? And I'm talking about sexuality, the whole thing. You can take that wherever you want it, but there
Mm.
was definitely a collision of cultures uh, from, I guess, your father's time to the age you're at now. Would you agree, or maybe you disagree with what I just said too? So,
Yeah, I think I would agree. There definitely was a cultural shift in the 80s. I remember sort of
oh,
growing
absolutely,
up
yeah.
during that time, and sort of it was the AIDS epidemic that sort of was partly why the sex education was so driven. It's because there was a danger of people getting infected, and so it was a matter of public health, which I still think it is. Um, so from the 80s where or the 70s, people generally didn't really care, and that's why it sort of broke out so heavily, kind of thing. And sort of, so I do want to faithful I do want to say, I'm not proposing sort of, just rampant unrestricted sex is the way to go. Absolutely not. We know from the
Right,
70s and the
right.
AIDS epidemic and sort of all of these things, that's probably a bad idea. It's just um I think that sort of statistically, I can point to states which have abstinence only. It just doesn't work. And I wasn't suggesting that sort of they're just teaching abstinence and more respect for yourself and things like that. But I think you can have respect for yourself and still engage in sort of sexual behavior that doesn't harm anybody. That sort of bonds you to people and is a special thing and is sort of, I think that's more than possible, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
um
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I think that I was probably, I'm Generation X. I'm not sure which generation you were. You're probably a baby boomer, I would say, Charles.
Yeah,
um
I'm a baby boomer.
yeah,
Yeah.
so Generation X was
I
sort
don't,
of.
I don't mind giving my age out. I'm 64.
Right,
So,
right, yeah. So baby boomer,
mhm.
and then that's just a name for the sort of generations we come after Generation X. It was Generation Y, then the Millennials, then the Generation Z for
Yeah,
the
my
Zoomers.
son's a millennial. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so Generation X was the first one where we kind of went, well, how do we solve these problems and address the issues that are coming up rather than ignore them. So I think
Right.
I grew up during that time, so a lot of the stuff that I think about is more practical than sort of ideological, and I'm fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. I think that Generation X, we sort of, so there was something said about Generation X. We neither experience highs nor lows. So the sort of lack of emotive um, emotion pinning us down, and rather more on practical things, is sort of Generation X's hallmark. But yeah, it definitely was a shift away from, you can have sex with anybody you want, to a responsibility that, hey, there are, you could have a disease for the rest of your life if you engage
Right.
in this kind of thing unwisely, and the consequences of that, and things like that happening. So definitely that shift away from the sort of, um I guess, the 70s, child of the 70s, love child and free love and stuff like that. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Oh, of course.
Go ahead.
Uh, at 58 years old, I can literally in under 60 seconds name every woman that I've been with.
Well, don't dox anybody.
And no,
No, I'm
I'm
joking,
They
I'm
serious.
might be
joking.
watching, David.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Well, no, I'm serious. And
Uh-huh.
I've had more meaningful relationships than I have had flinging relationships. And the
Mm-hmm.
meaningful relationships have always been more of a turn on than the flinging ones.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
that
You know,
that's that's what I'm talking about, David. Like, explain the to kids the emotional connection that's part of it, like the
well,
emotional satisfaction rather than just.
like my wife right now is 20 years younger than me. She was a virgin
Mm-hmm.
when we met and got married.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well into her 20s and everything, and it's like, I couldn't leave her if I wanted to because of that, because then I'd be causing her to sin if she went into another relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I I I I don't remember who said it, but somebody said something about personal preference and everything else. And you know, that's all it should really be. I'm done.
Well,
Mm,
yeah, I would
okay.
agree. I
Thanks.
would agree. I think sort of responsibility to, so when we're talking about that kind of thing, I think there's a responsibility to make sure that you're not hurting anybody when, if you do have a preference to have multiple partners, that there is an understanding between somebody. I think that sort of communication of what you want out of the relationship is really important, and that people aren't being hurt is very important. But that has to be explained to a young person, not just sort of
Mm-hmm.
said, hey, you can choose to do this. The consequences have to be explained as well. Hey, you might really hurt somebody, like incredibly hurt somebody. And I think that's probably where my sex education was a bit lacking as well. I think that sort of
Mm-hmm.
learning that people can be absolutely devastated by your actions sexually is something that I learned very
Yeah.
fast, but I had to learn as I went along. I think that kind of thing can be better explained to children as well, or teenagers, or those sort of 14, 15-year olds. Um, yeah, but I don't disagree with you, David. And I want to ask, and what I'm really interested is that obviously you weren't a virgin when you went into your marriage. Does that in any way affect how much you feel or connect with your wife?
No,
Right.
the thing is we have a life outside the bedroom. We kayak together, we fish together,
Mm.
we barbecue, smoke, do like backyard smokes. I don't have a life without her anywhere. I don't go to the bars without her. We don't go to the bars eh, unless it's like Friday night fish fry or something. And that's the important thing about a sex life is, do you have a life outside the bedroom? If you're going to be in a relationship, do you have a life outside of the bed?
Right.
Do you
Yeah.
do
I
you
hear what you're
enjoy
saying. Yeah. Yeah.
do you enjoy being with each other outside of the bed? Can you go fishing all day long? Can you go boating? Can you go to the neighbor's house and have a barbecue and not have to have secrets? You know, I mean, the life outside of our bedroom is a lot more rewarding than
Oh, I
what's
see what you're
in the
saying.
bedroom.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. But but the question that I would have though, is there anything wrong with engaging in sexual activity with somebody if you're not building that relationship that you're describing, if you're just having that sort of interaction for a night, would you see as anything wrong with that
For me, yeah,
for you?
I
Right.
can't do it. Okay,
No,
because
I got you. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying if somebody
well,
else does it,
no,
would you see that as wrong?
well, number one, I'm I'm not at the judgment seat.
Mm.
Okay,
Okay, sure.
I'm not going to answer for
Sure.
your sins. You know, I've only been saved since like 2011, 2012. Okay, I'm 58 years old. So, yeah, I've had a very, very sinful life. I am the last person to sit there and point my finger at anybody for their life. You know, very violent, very drugged, drunken life.
Well,
So
um, well, I just want to say that I'm not. I kind of get what you're saying about sin. I generally don't use the word sin because I'm not religious. Though I do have.
I get that from your name.
I'm sorry.
I get that from your name.
Well, yeah. But I certainly do have a moral system that says what is right and what's wrong. I've talked about it with Christian Pike a couple of times actually. It's been a really interesting conversation because generally our morals are sort of almost compatible. Like we both think the same things are right and wrong, and I base on what's good for human well-being. So if you're being completely self-destructive, right, if you're really causing your own life or somebody else's life, as I was talking about before with sort of breaking hearts, if you will, if you're causing harm to people's well-being, then that's an immoral thing to do. um so but I would see two people, if they both hook up, if you will, and sort of neither of them are hurt, neither of them are upset. To me, that wouldn't be a sin or a moral because nobody's being harmed by it, if they're both just accepting of that. So I wanted to see what you thought about that, whether that fits into your, if it's still sinful under your thing, or whether it is just you know uh, uh
It it's sinful under my
okay.
umbrella,
Hmm.
but you know, all I could do is really tell you, you know, don't take the action if you're not ready for the reaction. Okay. If you're not ready to be in the hospital bed and be diagnosed with AIDS or HIV or any other venereal disease, then, you should probably just keep it in your pants.
Well, I don't see that yeah, like, I don't see that as a very good argument, David. I'm sorry. um
Well, no, think about it. You're not just sleeping with one person. You're sleeping with everybody that
sure.
they slept with.
Yeah, so I think you should use
Okay.
protection kind of thing to make sure that you don't get infected, but people get infected in other ways. Like you can get
Y-
hepatitis A by sharing a sandwich with somebody infected with hepatitis A.
Correct.
Right. So does
I,
that
I,
mean that every time you take somebody's sandwich, you're signing up to being in the hospital being treated for Hep A? I think that's a very weird argument to make. And it would be the same argument, right?
it would, except for one thing. The more reckless your behavior, the more reckless consequences.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, but nobody's advocating for sort of reckless, unprotected sex here. That's the thing,
Oh no, I'm not saying that anybody is.
right?
I'm not saying anybody is, and I'm not trying to be judgmental about it or anything else like that. I'm just saying, okay, if you choose to be with two or three partners at once, have a threesome, orgy, whatever, that's reckless behavior, protected or not.
Why?
Okay. It's you're more likely to get something than I am.
Well, yeah,
by just being with one partner.
but that's sort of saying, sort of sharing sandwiches with 2 or 3 different family members is more reckless.
Okay, if your condom falls off, are you gonna go, hey, wait a second?
Yeah.
I know we're in the heat of the moment and everything, but are you just gonna continue?
Well, I think sort of accepting risk kind of thing, like when you're accepting risk, yeah, you can be responsible or irresponsible. I totally get that, but that doesn't make it an immoral thing, in my opinion. It doesn't
Uh,
sort of
Mark,
yeah.
Mark, I'm not judging. Okay,
Oh,
I'm just saying me personally under my umbrella.
okay.
Okay, you're not under my umbrella. I'm not going to sleep with anybody that you sleep with. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about under my umbrella.
Well, then maybe
Okay,
I've got the wrong idea of what sin actually is, because when you say something is sinful, maybe it's my misunderstanding. It sounds like you are saying it's immoral, and that is a stance dependent position. So that's taking a position on something, which maybe
it
you're not
is.
judging, but it certainly sounds to me, and maybe this is just my
It
misunderstanding. It sounds to me like you're saying that's the wrong thing to
oh,
do.
okay. Let me put it to you this way,
Sure.
without sounding judgmental. Okay,
Okay, sure.
Ezekiel 33. Okay, if we see something, we are obligated to say something, but it doesn't mean that we have to judge you or go anywhere farther than that. Okay, I made you aware. My hands are done. Okay, where you go from there, that's totally and entirely up to you. I cannot do anything to make you change your mind or lifestyle. All I could do is tell you what is what. That's all I could do. Okay, somebody wants to be gay, somebody wants to do play in traffic, commit murder, do whatever and everything. All I could do is tell them that it's wrong. If they don't want to listen, they want to continue their life. Okay, I did my part, but
Well,
it doesn't mean I have to partake in it or agree
no,
with it
no,
or
I get that.
condone it.
I get that. But I think that I mean, my definition of judge is to evaluate the right or wrong of an action. Like, I'm not saying you have to stop it to be judging something. You are simply doing an evaluation on whether an action is right or an action is wrong. So maybe you're using a different sort of terminology for judging than I am, but I would say, sort of in a moral sense, I would judge that to go out and have responsible, protected sex is not
Okay,
wrong.
let me
Um,
put it this way.
yeah. So what do you mean by
You
judge?
have no, you have your moral standard. Am I
Sure.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And by your moral standard, I can't do something against you or to your loved ones according to your moral standard,
Yeah, I would
right?
judge that immoral. Yes.
Okay.
Well, not
I
just
have
that,
a
but
moral
sort
I
of
have
against the standard itself. Sorry. So not just against me or my loved ones, but if you go out and do something to a stranger that
okay.
by my moral standard
I
is wrong, I would judge that wrong. Yes. Yeah.
I have a moral standard.
Okay.
By the same aspect that you do,
Uh
I
huh.
have a moral standard and
Yep.
it is the Bible. Okay.
Sure.
Now, if I wanted to murder somebody and you knew about it, would you tell me it was wrong?
Yes.
Okay. By your moral standard.
Yes.
Okay. I am obligated to do the same by my moral standard.
But how are you not judging?
How are you not?
I am. I would judge that wrong.
Okay. Uh, See, it's tomato, tomato. We're both viewing thing. We both have a moral standard.
Yes.
Our moral standards might not agree with each other,
Hmm.
but we both have a moral standard.
Yes.
Okay. Mine just happens to be the Bible.
Hmm.
Yours happens not to be the Bible. But
yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and point my finger. You're going to burn in hell.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't believe you anyway, so it's sort of kind of pointless anyway. But yeah, well, thank
so,
you, but it really doesn't make much difference to me.
So do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I really want
I
to.
have as much right to tell you what to do by my moral standard as you do by
Sure,
your moral standard to tell me.
Yeah, and that's fine. You sort of follow the Bible, but I guess if somebody doesn't follow the Bible, and you're basically saying, hey, you kind of designate it to be wrong, but at the same time you take no actions to prevent them from doing it.
Yeah,
Is that
I'm sorry.
what you're saying?
I missed that.
Well, you would designate it wrong, but you don't really take any actions to prevent them from doing it. You just say, hey, I would consider that wrong.
It's not my place.
Okay. All right. No, that's fine. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think it's just some terminologies different between us. That's all. I personally, I don't see it as wrong because I don't see any sort of harm being done coming from it. So I don't, as long as they're being responsible.
And that's the thing. Okay. My sex life comes from my moral values and my moral standards, which comes from the Bible. Okay. It doesn't mean that I have to accept society's moral standards in my life.
So how would we?
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I pay my bills. I
Sure.
buy my food.
Sure.
I put gas in my truck.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has the right to tell me how I live my life. I don't pay your rent. I don't pay your bills, and I don't buy your food. So I don't have a right to tell you how to live your life.
Well, I think that's true up to a certain point, where if you're just paying your bills and doing your work and putting gas in your truck, that's fine up until a certain point, as if you harm somebody else by doing so, and then I think there's a problem there, because
correct.
If you think that it's okay if the Bible tells you can go out and beat gays or something, not that I'm saying it does, not that I'm saying that you get that from it, but some people do, kind of thing. Some people think that
they do.
Gays,
and I don't agree with them either.
Right, but
I don't agree with them either.
But so what moral standard do you think that society should be run on if we have sort of Muslims that disagree with Christians, that disagree with atheists, that disagree with other Christians, that disagree with other Christians? Like there's so many differing ideas of what's moral and what's not, and I think that in some way we've got to provide some sort of standard that's not interpretation, and it's not I read this in the Bible because it can be read in so many different ways.
What is the oldest moral standard known to mankind?
Probably the Egyptian Book of the Dead, or maybe the Code of Hammurabi, perhaps, is one of the oldest moral standards.
No, I would say the Ten Commandments.
Really?
It's pretty much what every law is based on. I mean, think about it. Do not steal, do not lie, do not murder, do not covet the neighbor's wife.
I mean, there hasn't been a culture in human history that has not had a do not murder clause. I mean, that's sort of a human thing. We don't murder our own. We murder others just fine, but we don't murder our own is sort of a current a standard.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we do murder our own.
Well, people do, but it's never been acceptable in any culture throughout time, kind of thing. Like we're all
except Muslims.
Well, no, there's penalties for murdering another Muslim. That's not true.
Well, yeah, another Muslim,
yes,
not another.
And God was pretty good at murdering children and
so
babies.
So when you translate the "do not kill" clause of the Bible, it actually means "do not kill your fellow Israelite," which is why they could, which is why they could go out and kill like the Amalekites and the Midianites and everybody
it says
else.
Do not murder.
Yes.
Do not kill.
Okay, folks. I want to give Claude a chance to speak. Okay. I think he wants to take off on this
Claude.
point, and we'll come back to you guys.
All right.
Well, I think morality is dictated by society, if it's just a moral like sex and you choose to do it with, you probably determine it yourself, but you know what society sort of accepts or doesn't accept. But when it comes to the law concerns itself with things to protect people, so such as under a certain age, you cannot have sex, and that is perfectly acceptable. I don't know what it is in America. Of course, it isn't always adhered to, but it gives some protection, mainly from an older man, perhaps a dirty old man, who wants to go and have with a younger person who's really not of an age to be able to realize the implications. So once again, society sets that through the courts and through the law. As far as the Ten Commandments go, I quite agree with Mark that that a number of those are things that we would do anyway. And honor your father and mother, most people will do, unless of course their father and mother are dishonorable. You shall not kill. But when it comes to like adultery, to me that's a different level. Of course, probably in the great scheme of things, we shouldn't do that, but it's not a punishable offense, and neither should it be. It's only in certain countries that happens, and you can have something chopped off for that sort of thing. And for thieving. You shall not steal, that's bad. And of course, if you do steal, you can be prosecuted and put in the jail. False witness against your neighbor, they're just common sense. Coveting your neighbor's wife, well, I'm sure that things do happen. Once again, it's not a punishable type of thing, and neither should it be. And coveting your neighbor's goods, well, as long as you don't go and take them, I don't have a huge problem. But in any case, what I'm trying to probably say is that it is society that determines laws, and there's a certain amount of morality in that. But then it's up to each individual what their moral code is, and I believe there ain't too much difference between atheist and Christian in some of these things.
Right.
We all have an inherent sense of right and wrong, and whether you choose to say that it comes from the God or just from your own inner self, I don't really know. So that's all I can really say. I thought the other stream was sort of laughable because it has a bunch of guys sitting around, proclaiming what people should do or shouldn't do, and totally unrealistic. Young people, even older people, they have this drive, and God has given them this drive, if you believe in God, to have sex. And we know that that's how people come along. But it doesn't just stop after babies, it's still there. So it's unrealistic even for Christians to think, oh my goodness, I suddenly have to turn the tap off and not have sex, or not even, even with yourself, as it were. It's just not realistic. So, and what I heard earlier was just unrealistic. And yeah, so
Well, thanks.
that's all I have to say at the moment. I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
I'm on the
agree,
right
Claude.
track completely.
I did take the time to look up the oldest surviving code of conduct.
That's good, because I was going to lead in with this question, Mark.
Well,
Where exactly do you get? We know, and then I'll go to David
oh,
after
yeah,
you're
sure.
done. Where do you obtain your morality from? And I don't say that facetiously.
Yeah, no, I totally get it.
Okay.
But I
Okay.
would like to just divert
David, you're up
slightly.
next after
I would like to
Mark.
divert slightly. The code of Ur-Nammu from basically, which is modern day Iraq, is the oldest legal code known surviving. Mesopotamia, it's written in Samaria from 2000. It's dated 2100 to 2050 BCE. So older than the sort of Moses around 1500 or so. So that is the oldest legal code. It has, if a man commits a murder, he must be killed. If a man commits a robbery, he will be killed. If a man commits a kidnapping, he is to be imprisoned and pay 15 shekels of silver. If a man marries a slave. So all of this is pre-biblical. So it goes through about 30 odd sort of laws, basically. So that's the oldest known one. But I don't think that's a good moral guide. That's the thing, and I'll certainly address your question, Father Charles. I don't think just because something was written back in the day that sort of says, "Hey, if you kill someone, you should be killed," that's a good moral guide for today, and that's kind of my point. Now, my morals, really, I think the foundation of morals are two things that we are equipped with as social animals, and one's empathy, and the other is reciprocity. So empathy is the idea of I can feel how they feel. Like I can feel how somebody else would feel. If you ever watched a movie and you tear up, that's basically empathy. You're not subject to that event happening, but you feel what the character is feeling. Reciprocity is just the idea of something can be fair or not fair. Like if you do a certain amount of work, you should get the same as somebody else doing the same amount of work. It's sort of this sense of fairness that we have. And we can demonstrate that both empathy and reciprocity in other apes and monkeys and sort of more cognitive animals. Even birds and things have this thing happening. So I'm a meta-ethical relativist. So I don't believe in an objective morality, but in order to get society to work, we have to have some kind of moral standard. Now, I base mine on human well-being, the well-being of humans and the well-being of society, mostly because I'm human. That's where it comes from. Basically, that empathy and reciprocity says that if I want other people to care about my well-being, I've got to care about other people's well-beings. And if I want to live in a society that is healthy, is flourishing, then I've got to take actions to ensure that society is healthy and flourishing. I don't think there's anything objective in the universe that cares about that, but it's enough to me that I do. So it comes from an understanding of the impact my actions have on the world around me and what I want for myself and what I want for other people, like my loved ones and humanity in general. Um, so that's where I get my morality from. Generally, I'm a secular humanist, so because it is humans I'm prioritizing, then I am a humanist. And because I don't believe in a God, that makes it sort of the secular part. Now, do keep in mind, secular is not atheist. It's not saying get rid of all religions and get rid of all of this stuff. No, it just means that
Right. I understand that. Yeah.
yeah, well, just to explain for the audience, it just means whatever
Sure.
beliefs
Please.
people have in a god doesn't impact on the judgments made inside that humanism. So a theological humanist would sort of say, "Hey, God decides that humans are, loves humans and humans are important. It derives from God." A secular one just says that has no impact on how we judge what's important to humans. So human well-being, human flourishing, societal flourishing and well-being, it's very complicated. I think a secular humanist would use science to evaluate and sort of make a metric of where we are. Like we can sort of objectively, it's not really objective, we can sort of say what makes a human healthy, right? If you've got a diseased kidney, it's sort of that human is not healthy. We can sort of say that objectively. So if human well-being is your goal, then sort of saying, hey, rampant alcoholism, for instance, is bad for that. That's immoral because it does not get you to healthy humans. However, there's studies that say, hey, a glass of wine now and again can help your heart, kind of thing. We would say, hey, that's perfectly moral. There are other actions that are amoral. It doesn't impact human well-being at all. We would say, hey, that's just amoral. It doesn't influence at all. So that's where I would get my morality from. And so, and the beautiful thing about it, it can change. If someone can show to me that a certain action is detrimental to the health and well-being, both physically and psychologically, or either of humans, then I would certainly change my mind on that action being moral or immoral. And I
Well,
talk a lot about the
that,
superiority of
that's
secular
good. You have an
morality.
open mind. That's all I was going to say. It's
Oh
always good.
yes, yeah. I
I, I,
I, I always
yeah.
think I can be wrong about morality, and something that I thought is moral because I think it benefits
Hmm.
humanity could be immoral if I can be shown that it's antithetical to
Hmm.
the flourishing of human beings. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, David. I think we know that your morality comes from the Bible. Would you like to expound on that some, David?
I think I put him to sleep. I think I put everybody to sleep. I think.
No, actually, I forgot to unmute myself
Ah,
before
it
I started
happens all the
speaking.
time, mate. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
No. I think I made my point. I'm not here to judge anybody. I don't want to judge anybody. I have bigger issues with heretic Christians than I do with atheists, unless atheists like to try to poke me. I had an embarrassing moment on YouTube a couple weeks ago. Missing Mod was there. Logan was there. And I believe Faithful was there. I started dropping F bombs and everything else. So I have to watch myself around who I'm around because I wasn't always a Christian. And I was a very bad boy before I was a Christian. So, um,
I had
So
a
was I.
misspent
So was I,
youth.
David.
Well, I mean, I had a misspent youth as well. I was tossed out of home at 18 for being, very unruly and sort of, I got involved in drugs a bit and things like that a bit. Um, but eventually you grow up and you sort of grow out of that. So I'm not pretending to
oh,
be perfect or anything.
18,
Yeah, yeah, yep,
18.
yep.
I, my home, I was raised by atheist parents. I ran away. They were so abusive. I ran away when I was 14. I've been on my own since then, and I put myself through high school
Mm.
and everything. So, I mean, yeah, yeah, I don't want to really get into my
No,
past
that's
and
okay.
everything,
I
but
No,
don't.
that's
I'm
fine.
sorry. I don't mean to put you on the spot. That's fine. You don't feel you have to talk about anything you don't want to, David.
no, I mean nothing uncomfortable or anything like that. Just you know, I've only been saved like 10 years, and I try to immerse myself into the Bible and set my own moral standards according to the Bible. You know,
David, do you pretty much take those standards like from the Ten Commandments? Is that like your biggest guideline from the Bible? Just
no,
curious. Just
no.
curious. Okay.
Actually, you know, I try to relate to like the apostles, how they followed Christ.
Okay.
Um, One of my favorites would be Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when he was taken captive into Egypt and everything. I mean, there's so many different people in the Bible that I try to idolize versus before I got saved. Let's say Charles Manson, Lunchbox, the Lunchbox song. If anybody around is an old metalhead like me,
I don't know that one. I'm sorry.
oh, you know, it, I used to bounce at a heavy metal bar, okay, and I remember scraping somebody's face off at the side of the bar on the brick wall, okay, getting along with two rival gangs at the same time because they bought my stolen goods in my neighborhood, the Latin Kings and the Spanish Cobras. It- You know, my history is so colored
Mm-hmm.
and everything. Trying to change those morals to a biblical standard is really, really hard. So
Mm-hmm.
I, all right.
Well, let me just throw this out there, just for discussion. Um, and if anyone else wants to hop in after, of course, this is going to go to first, Mark. back to David, and then if anyone wants to hop in, if David has a rebuttal, I hate calling it a rebuttal because it really is just a conversation. But this question would be posed to both of you. Mark's where he gets his morality, you could match him up to biblical morality, exiting the God factor, of course. And I guess what I'm trying to get at, Mark, and David, like I say, it's posed to both of you. What would David? What would you say the biggest I want to put this right so I don't offend anyone. What if you take the God factor out, like Mark, I'm sure does, but I briefly heard the morality he lives by. What would you say was the biggest difference? I mean, Mark doesn't believe in murdering anyone, and I'm just hitting the big ones. You know, I'm not going to go way down the list of morality. Stealing.
First commandment.
So, what would you say was the biggest factor that I guess I'm asking you, David, that makes the Bible's morality objective? Where
I'll,
Mark, I think, would agree with me that his morality is subjective.
Correct.
I'll,
Um,
I'll, I'll put it to you this way.
okay.
Without the Bible and without God and Jesus in my life, I am the worst human being that anybody anywhere really wants to know.
I don't think that's
Period.
true.
Oh no, you see, you don't know me. Okay, I didn't have boundaries, no boundaries at all.
Mhm.
I really was the worst person, whether it was in jail, out on the streets. Okay, when people crossed me out on the streets, they literally watched their back. Okay, they watched the dark shadows in the alleys, wait, looking for me. In jail, I literally would crush somebody's head with the jail cell door,
But do you
beat them with.
think if you sort of stopped believing in Jesus that you would go out and do that like tomorrow? Like just say you deconverted tomorrow, right? Let's just put that up there. Like, do you think you would go and do that?
You would literally have to remove my Jeremiah 29:13 moment,
Well, yeah. Well, let's
which
just say that
moment.
happened. Okay, just
No, no,
let's
no,
just
no, no.
say that happened.
It's impossible.
Okay.
You could not remove that Jeremiah 29:13 moment
Okay.
in my life. Okay. And Chuck already knows this, Faithful already knows this. It was a moment back in 2010 when I was homeless and I cried up to God, if you are real, prove it to me, or by this time tomorrow, I am done. Those are my exact words. And 4 hours later, he answered my prayer.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
see, the
Now,
thing is,
if you want, okay, I see
sorry,
you in your
sorry.
picture. You're right in front of your computer. Look up Jeremiah 29:13. If you can remove that moment from my life, then you got something to worry about.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've talked to a lot of ex Christians and people that have deconverted and deconstructed, and they said that they sort of believed the same, but um, upon sort of deconverting, they didn't just turn into a bad person kind of thing. That we are an amalgamation of the things we learn sort of during our life, and that um, the things that they'd sort of learned, even through, because you can't remove your experiences. You're right. You can't remove your experiences going through Christianity. But the thing is that your life's probably way better now than it ever was back then. that the actions that you took back then led to a lot of harm to yourself, kind of thing. So I've met a lot of Christians that say, hey, without Jesus, I would do all these horrible things, but then they deconverted and they didn't, because you can have morality without a God, in my opinion. It's
Here's the
perfectly,
thing.
yeah.
Here's the thing. Okay. I have 5 children. Okay. They all knew me before I got saved.
Mhm.
And you know what? 14 years after getting saved, they still don't want to know me.
Well, that's sad.
They want nothing to do with me.
Yeah, that's really
Okay.
sad.
And you know,
I'm so sorry.
you have you no, don't be sorry.
Well, I'm
See,
sorry to hear it. You know,
that
I am.
I I I have to live with that. Okay. I know what caused it. Okay. They seen what I did to their mother. They seen the life that I was doing. Okay. They have no forgiveness for it. One day, hopefully, maybe, but they don't want anything to do with me. Why? Because I know exactly who I was then. Okay. And if it wasn't for God, I'd be dead right now.
Okay.
Okay. Literally swimming with the gators, dead. Because I was down in Orlando, Florida. I was going to go swimming with the gators. It was death by gator. That was going to be my choice.
That wouldn't have been my choice.
Death by gator. I was going to go swim out in the as far as I could in the lake until I cramped up, and that was it. Okay, that was my rock bottom.
Yeah.
If I was to, if you were to deconvert me, I'll tell you like I tell any other atheist that wants to argue this point with me. If you want to deconvert me from Christianity, come do it to my face. And I'll show you what got me saved and why the world is a much better place with me saved.
Well, I don't think there's any need to threaten anybody, kind of thing. You know.
No, I'm not. I'm not threatening anybody.
Well, it's sort of very well,
If God,
David. Let's
no,
just
let me
set. No,
finish.
no, no, no,
Let
no.
me finish.
I let you finish, and sort of now I'm talking. I'm sort of saying, hey, come and do it to my face, and I'll show you this and show you that. That's exactly the type of immoral behavior that I'm talking about, because you're causing psychological harm to others. You're sort of saying, hey, if you want to come and talk to me and try and convince me that God isn't real, I'm going to bust you up. It's not a very good way to address people, and you know, I have my thoughts. You can believe whatever you want. That's fine. That's fine. But that's sort of really aggressive thing to say, and I don't think it's useful in this kind of conversation. Look, you're free to believe whatever you want. That's fine. I totally get it. I'm just not convinced that you would revert to how you were before if you just didn't believe in a god, but still had some other kind of moral system. If that moral system was, hey, I want the best for myself. I think
Mark,
you would recognize that not doing those things or doing those things would be self-destructive, that you would destroy your own life in doing them. You would end up in
Mark.
jail, or, you know, like you say, swimming with the gators or whatever. And but something that I wanted to say actually as well, just an aside, and keep that in mind because I do want to hear your response, is that it's incredibly difficult to change your paradigm like you have done through any means. But you know, even that used God, great. Like I applaud you for changing how you think about things. But go for it. Sorry, I just wanted to add that as well.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah.
Now you just pretty much used an example. Nobody wants me to be unsaved. I know how I am. I know who I am. I know what I'm like. And you have no idea what kind of battle it is for me on a daily basis, even 10, 12, 14 years after getting saved.
Well, I want you to be
Not
unsaved because I'm an
not
atheist. I don't believe it's
not
true.
not being saved is harder than being or being saved is harder than not being saved
Well, yeah,
for me.
being moral is always
Okay.
harder than being immoral.
No,
Absolutely.
I'm not even talking about morals. I'm talking about being saved. Me following the me following Jesus and following the Bible is harder than not doing it.
Well, isn't you following the Bible a moral thing? Isn't that what you ought to do?
I'm not talking about morals.
Well,
I'm
morals
talking
is
about what I believe.
so David, then we might be talking about something different. So let's clarify terms again,
Yeah,
because
we are, and I'm trying to clarify it, but you're not letting me.
well, what I'm trying to say is that morals usually, that the normative sort of description of morals is the code of conduct in any society that ought to be followed, right? So you're talking about when you're talking about morals, you're sort of saying it is harder to do what you ought to do than do what you want.
Mark,
Yes.
before I was saved, I didn't have any morals. I didn't care about people's feelings. I didn't care about people getting
Okay.
hurt.
Yeah.
I didn't care, period. Okay? I didn't have morals before I got saved.
Okay.
And you know what? My moral standard, according to the way atheists want to think, my moral standard is all that mattered in my mind.
Your moral I thought you said you didn't have morals, but your moral standard is
All
all
right.
that mattered. I'm not very
Exactly.
confused.
My lack of moral standards was all that was right in my
Okay,
own
so
mind.
you're a nihilist, kind of moral nihilist, that morals don't matter in the slightest. Is that what you're sort of saying?
Before I was saved,
Right.
I didn't I didn't have any morals. I did what I wanted to do, when I wanted
Well,
to do it,
most
how I
atheists aren't
wanted to
doing
do it.
that. Most
Oh
atheists.
no,
So,
I didn't say any other atheist was doing that. I was saying that's what I was doing.
okay. And it's harder to
So
follow a moral code than be a moral nihilist and just say, hey, morals don't matter. And I agree with that. I completely, it would be a lot easier for me to do whatever I wanted any day of the week, than actually say, hey, I've got to have a rigorous codified structure of how I deal with people and sort of things here. It would be a lot easier. So I don't really see that as being a sort of good reason as to why
so
um,
here's the thing, Mark.
yeah.
Okay. You said before that me saying, okay, if God's not real, then come convince me to my face, is not right. See, according to my moral
Well,
standard, that was perfectly acceptable
why is that?
before my moral standard before I got saved. Saying that is perfectly acceptable.
So you are living by them. So in that instance, you think it's okay to live by the moral standard before you
No,
got saved,
uh, either you have me saved, either the
right?
world has me saved, or the world doesn't have me saved. If
Okay.
the world doesn't want to have me saved, no problem. Come convince me to my face
Yeah.
that God is not real.
Right. So what
And
you'd
then
probably have.
Hey, David, I'm sorry, Mark. I
Yeah.
have to interject here. Why do you keep going to this say it to my face thing? I don't think Mark or myself are getting exactly what you mean by that. I mean, if you're using that to put an emphasis on how much your faith is part of your life, but what exactly are you trying to say to Mark and myself that come say it to my face?
it's simple.
I don't think we're understanding,
Okay,
David. I'm
okay
trying to
let,
understand.
let me
Okay.
explain.
All right.
If God isn't real, then there should be definite proof that can make me not believe what I've been believing for the last 14 years.
Okay.
Okay. And as such, then I no longer have a biblical moral standard. And whoever takes this happiness away from me that I have right now with a biblical moral standard, they should
Hmm.
be the first one to reap the rewards for convincing me that God is not real.
So it's a threat.
And I have been wasting my time for the last 14 years.
Yeah. So what I got from it is that if I go and convince you that there is no God, you're going to kick my ass. That's what I got from it.
That's what I got too. Yeah.
Well, that's what I got, and I think it's hilarious.
So what that causes in me...
I guess God is real, and I should just be left alone to believe what I want to believe.
Sure, but that sort of saying that to me, it makes me want to go and convince you that God isn't real, because I don't think you'd do that.
Yeah, but in order to convince me God isn't real, you're going to have to take away my Jeremiah 29:13 moment.
I can't do that, but the whole point is is that you saying that makes me want to do that, because I don't think you would kick my ass. Are you saying that if you didn't believe in a God, you'd just kick my ass? That's what you'd do.
But you can't do it. You cannot.
Well, I'm not saying I could, but we're looking at a hypothetical here, that if you didn't believe in God, the first thing you would do if I was standing in front of you is just kick my ass for telling you that God didn't exist. Is that what you'd do?
No.
Well, then what are you saying?
Kick your ass. I wouldn't kick your butt because you told me that. I would kick your butt because I just wasted 15 years of my life.
Why would that be my fault?
It wouldn't.
Well, then why?
That's who I was. That's who I was. I didn't care before I got saved. That's the point that you're not getting.
Okay.
I did not care.
David, basically you're using an analogy, right? I mean,
yes.
that would, okay. That's what I thought.
I didn't care. I didn't have a moral standard to stop me from just reacting, from just doing.
So wouldn't you care about your wife? Would that
14 years ago, I didn't know her.
Well, it's not 14 years ago, it's today. But if you're saying that if you didn't believe in God, you just wouldn't care about your wife and would kick her ass as well.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, then
you're bringing in straw men.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that all of these things you've learnt throughout your life, even if there is no God, the things that you have learnt are still valid. The things that you learn about life and go, hey, my life is so much better now that I'm not that person ages ago. And I know, because I'm glad I wasn't the angry young man I was ages ago, right? I've learnt things throughout my life that I don't think that you not believing in God would just cause you to run rampant like you're sort of saying you would. That the things that you've learnt and the love that you've had for your wife and for your friends and your family and all of these things, they're things that we learn as we go along. And I don't think you would be as bad as you're claiming. I don't think that's the case. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I think the best of people. But I think that, you sound reasonable to me. You sound like you've got a lot of joy in your life. Just because somebody doesn't believe in God doesn't... I have joy with my wife. I love watching movies with her. I love going on picnics with her. I absolutely love it. Whether or not I believe in a God, that doesn't change.
I didn't say it does. And Chuck got it right. It's an analogy.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry if I'm just sort of...
Me without God scares me.
Okay.
No,
that's fair. I can't... Yeah, sure.
And I literally think the world is a much better place with me believing in God.
Okay.
Period. Because I know who I was before.
And I don't think you're that person anymore.
No, I'm not. 2 Corinthians 5:17.
Well, we're never the same person we are. Like last year is a different person to the person I am this year, kind of thing. People change, maybe not their core beliefs, and which is why I wanted to applaud you of changing some of those core beliefs, right? They're very, very difficult to change. Like in psychology, you have a set of core beliefs, and those beliefs are incredibly hard to change. But just sort of, as we go along, we have small differences. Something that I believed last year, I may not believe this year. That change is good. It's healthy. It's how we move on. Gangster Ghost saying that they have something to ask me before the stream ends. I don't want them to miss that. But no, I do apologize if I am sort of, pushing at you, David. It's just I really want to push back on the idea that it is a God that makes you a good person and not your choices. You choose to do these things, to respect people, to um, have kindness with them, to have joy with them. I don't think that that is a God. I think that's you deciding to do that in your own life. But we can disagree about that. That's fine.
Well, here's the thing, and I think Ken Hovind said it best. Okay.
Wow, that'd be a first.
Um.
I'm
Well,
sorry. I had to have that dig at Hovind. I always dig at him when I can.
okay. Let me say this.
Yeah.
You know, when we have a loving father that disciplines us and wants us to do good and everything else, we want to please him. Okay. Unfortunately, I didn't have that, but I do now with God. Okay. So I act accordingly to please God. I try to. I try my best to every day. Okay. I just know if it's gone, then what? What am I gonna do? Who's gonna be my moral standard?
Well, I mean,
You
I
know?
don't have a God. I have a moral standard.
But
You are your ultimate moral authority. I mean, like, you having access to your
Ray,
own consciousness. Well, hold on. The
no,
sanctuary
not
that is
hold
your
on.
own. No,
We are
yes, no, I
we're
just
in the
Hold on,
joined. I
guys.
we're in the
just
Let's
middle
joined.
not
No,
let's
hold
not
on.
have a
conversation.
let's
Shut
not
up.
have a argument here.
We're in the middle of a
David,
conversation, Aiden. You just
David.
pop in and then all of a sudden,
That's right.
boom,
That is
you're
exactly what I'm doing.
oh,
Well,
Actually,
Aiden,
that's
shut up,
Aiden, let's
dude.
precisely what
just
I'm doing.
let David have a talk, and then you can go all you want. Okay, let's not have a argument here. It's been a
I
really
didn't try to
productive.
come in having an
No,
argument.
no, no. I'm not saying you did, but an argument has ensured. Okay, so we've got to, in some way, keep it balanced. And I'll butt out. I've said enough. I've been talking all stream. I realize that it's a bit hypocritical, but we've had a really productive, really cool conversation about morals and duties and all of this cool stuff. So let's not ruin it. And David, I want you to be able to say what you want to say, because I did say a lot. So but Aiden, I don't want to forget about you, and I don't want to forget about Gangster Ghost, who want to ask me something. But go, David. Sorry, Charles. I'm just taking over your stream. I'm so sorry, mate. I do apologize.
I I'm just gonna
Quite all
mute.
right. No, sometimes you have to in the moment. Go ahead, David. Please
No,
go with your
I'm
story.
done. I'm done because I'm in the middle of saying something. Aiden just pops right in and
Yeah, now the problem's been resolved. And now the problem's been resolved. So if you want to dwell on it, go ahead and dwell on it. But it's been resolved, so move past it.
Well, I said something about sort of I didn't have God, but I do have a moral code. I kind of outlined it as well as I could, what I see as morality. So you were about to say something about that statement, and I didn't get to hear what you said. Okay, I'm sorry, David. If I really would like, if it does come up, please, I do want to hear it. I really do.
I blew it up for you, Mark. I apologize. Look, I wasn't
No,
David.
it was a really good
I wasn't trying to
conversation.
come in and I wasn't trying to come in and go blah, 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 like you said that I was. I was just simply trying to interject. I've been listening for like 3 hours straight, so I've really been wanting to interject. And I wanted to interject simply to participate in the conversation, not to go blah, 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 blah. So please, David, make the point that you were going to make.
He may have forgotten the point. It happens to me all the time.
Okay.
Well, we were talking about morality, and
Sure.
this might be a good point. Mark, of course, knows his morality is subjective and can change at times, I'm sure. David,
Yep.
you are about to respond with, of course, you have a firm faith in objective morality, which, of course, comes from the Bible. I'm hoping you'll carry on the conversation, but that's where you were. And
Yeah.
I'm hoping you'll continue from there.
Well, thanks to Aiden's interruption, I remember I had to use the bathroom.
Okay.
I'm done.
Well, I'm glad I did you a service. I'm glad I did you a service, even if you're upset with me, David.
Okay.
Your check, my bill is in the mail, so please address that as soon as possible. It would be greatly appreciated. Aiden Collection Services.
Ghost, you had a question for Mark?
Oh, Mark, I don't mean to change the subject, but you ever, you know that thing? You ever heard of this one saying called "Bob's the uncle"? You ever heard of
Yeah,
that?
Bob's your uncle. Sure, it's a very, very Australian phrase. It's cool that you've heard of it.
Yeah, I found out from a friend from the UK that it came from a famous guy who told these one people told this one guy whose uncles like their prime minister
Bob Hawke.
that his uncle's Bob. You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Where they
I don't know the etymology of it, to be honest with you. I don't know where it came from, to be honest with you. I just know what it means. That's all.
yeah, that's why I found out where it came from. And uh, here's the thing: trip on the barb. Do you know where that came from?
To what? Sorry.
Shrimp on the
Shrimp.
Barbie.
Yeah.
That was a advertising campaign for the United States for tourism to Australia, but they didn't use, because Australians don't say shrimp. We don't have shrimps. We have prawns. So the fact that it's shrimp on
That's
the
right.
Barbie was an advertising campaign done by the guy that played Crocodile, Paul Hogan.
Paul Hogan.
Yeah,
Hogan.
Paul Hogan. Yeah,
Paul
yeah.
Hogan.
It's sort of throw another shrimp on the Barbie, but that's something an Australian would never say because we
That's
have
right,
prawns.
mate. Throw another shrimp on the Barbie,
Yeah.
mate.
So that was an advertising campaign. Actually, I've got a lot of these lately. I had somebody asking me what waltzing Matilda mean, and I know the origin of that one. I know where that one comes from. It's really fascinating. So that one is like your backpack when you're traveling around, your gear or your swag, as we'd say in Australia, which is all of your stuff, your bedroll, and all of that kind of stuff when you're camping. Your backpack is your Matilda. So waltzing Matilda means that you're wandering around with a backpack or everything you own just in a bag kind of thing. It's a really Australian term. So the sort of song "Who Wants to Come Waltzing Matilda with Me" means who wants to come traveling with me.
Oh, my
Go
friend
ahead.
in the
Go ahead.
UK said, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
Said, here's the same they say too when say Bob's your uncle. They say Fanny's your aunt. You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't heard of that one. Only Bob's your uncle. I've heard of that, but not the aunt one. No.
Yeah. I heard that he said they shout it back to Australians a lot. Fanny's your aunt.
Bloody British. Look,
Yeah.
there's a lot of things we've taken from sort of British lexicon, like cheerio and a
Yeah.
few things. Some things are our own. It just shows the sort of development of language and the evolution of languages as they go across. Like how English is different in America from England, from Australia, and even in different parts of the thing, you can see them splitting up into more and more different dialects, kind of thing. It's actually quite fascinating. But yeah, it's always cool. Always. I find languages interesting, even though I'm terrible at learning them. Terrible. I wish I was better at learning languages, to be honest with you.
Oh, he lives in New Zealand now.
What? I've never been able to tell. I know that Aussies and New Zealanders always hate this, but I've never been able to tell the difference between an Australian and a New Zealander accent.
They're kind of similar.
So similar.
Yeah, they are similar.
No, it's more than kind of, Mark. Come on now. It's
Well,
more than kind of.
See, the
It's
thing
almost
is,
identical.
to an Australian or a New Zealander, they're very distinct. To other people in the world, they're very similar. Just like,
Right.
sort of an American accent, they'll be similar to me. Like somebody from sort of Texas and Mississippi, say, are going to have a similar accent to me. But to you guys, they're completely different. They're easily distinguishable kind of thing. So I think
Well,
that's just a familiarity thing. But look for the S and the IS sound, because New Zealanders always go fush and chops, right? It's that I sound changed to a U that's really distinctive in what they say.
Well, Mark, I just found out. I just found out yesterday from Aiden how I talk. Ready? Hi, Mark. welcome to the show.
It's me, Father
I
Charles.
have no inflections in my voice. I speak in
That's
one
right.
direction. I speak in monotone, and
I
therefore,
said, okay, you know what, Chuck? I gotta call you out. I was like, you know what? As Mark Reid would say, I've got to push back
Yeah,
on
push back.
something
Yeah.
that you said there. All right, I said that I can't do your inflections. I never said you don't have them, sir. So order in the court. Don't make me get the People's Court theme on this one.
oh, all
No.
right,
Bum bum
Mr.
bum
Thin
bum.
Skin.
You have
Bum, bum, bum,
inflections. You
bum,
have
bum.
inflections. Yeah, definitely. I agree. I agree.
I
Yeah.
totally do have inflections. That's right.
You sound like my ninth grade biology teacher, to be honest with you. Ugh. Or my history
You ever
teacher in
Are
grade
you
10.
comparing me to your ninth grade
No,
biology teacher?
the way Aiden did it, not the
Oh.
way you did it. I mean, your accent's
Okay.
you're fine. You're fine. I'm the one with the weird accent. It's horrible. People have said it's British. People have said it's New Zealand. People have said it's European of some description. I don't know. It's very strange.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. For any new opinions or comments, we're going to go to Claude. From Claude to Sky, and from Sky to Aiden.
No,
Anything
I
for us,
will
Claude?
defer. I will defer. Maybe Achilles wants to come on. No, I will defer to the others. I've been enjoying listening. Thank you.
Okay. Sky? Okay, he's been
Yeah, I got.
toting. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I was eating a mango piece, a dried mango piece.
No, I love
Okay.
mango.
All right, so my question, I guess, is Mark taken not even in defense, but kind of in defense of I'm driving. I can't see his name. The gentleman that went to prison and stuff, and
That's David.
he's been Christian for 14.
David.
Mm-hmm. All right. So in defense of David's point of view is, I'll add to it is what I mean. So from more than just David's point of view, but take what David said and add on top of some people convert to religion. I'm going to bring not just Christianity, but Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism and Islam and everything. People convert or there's something in it for the end. What's your end? And I've got another question, but what's your end, basically? What's after?
I'm not sure what you mean by end. I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking sort of in the purpose, like a telos, a goal kind of thing, or?
No, afterlife. Afterlife here on Earth. When you die,
Yep.
what happens? Where do you go? What's next? What?
I don't think there's anything. I think you just cease to be. That the state that you were in before you were born is the state that you return to, which isn't anything. I don't think there is anything after death.
Okay. And that's the general consensus of atheism, period.
Oh, sure, yeah. Usually. I mean, but it is a bit weird when you run into an atheist that believes in reincarnation or something. They are out there, though. They think that there is some kind of life after death, even though there is no God. So it is possible. It's a little weird, I agree. But yes, it is general consensus that nothing is after death, yes.
Sure. Okay. Now take what David said again.
Yep.
And, he wants to kick your butt. Now I'm going to bring it back up just for a second. He wants to kick your butt if you take his heaven away, his God away.
It was an allegory. Go on, Sky. He was talking with allegories as far as that.
Yeah, I am too. I'm. That's why I said for a second. Now the reason, to add on to that is because a lot of people become Christian or Buddhist, etc. Well, there's different things like they're cyclical. Some people believe you could come back as a worm. Mm-hmm. So, or a bird or etc. Your next life. So whatever. So, but there's a reward. There's a next. There's an etc.
Yes.
There's something after. Some people they're looking for that reward. Some people are scared of hell. scared of being without God, just
Sure.
not even a hell like a purgatory fashion like Catholics, but God, I mean, just absence of God is hell, and that's it just varies. So with nothing next, why shouldn't David or wouldn't David? What's preventing David from going back to the way he was? You said you don't think he would go back to the
Yeah.
way he was. If there's nothing after, why not, you know, drink and hoot and holler and whoremonger around and whatnot, but on top of that, make money. He was talking about, he was friendly to both, he was friendly to both sides, basically as a fence. They were buying his shit. You know what I mean? So it's why it's easy money in that life, the criminalistic life, and etc. I mean, the profit margin is quite high. So because the stakes are high, the profit margin is higher. Now, what's to prevent him from going after money? Going back to that life, and maybe not even just money, is just kind of the way he was. It's live life the way you want to.
Yeah. So let's look at that. Okay, so let's look at this scared of hell, and you have a reward afterwards. The reward isn't for living morally; it's for believing in the Lord and being forgiven for all your sins. So the reward isn't necessarily for not sinning. Okay, so let's get that straight first off. There's a lot of drug dealers in Colombia and stuff that sincerely believe in the Lord, kind of thing. So making money and living a criminal lifestyle isn't necessarily, or they may not believe that's any gateway to not getting into heaven, right? That's not a thing that happens. So
That's you're talking about Catholicism that believes that they're not they're not really actually believers. They just believe that they pay
okay,
enough money and think anyways about God enough.
sure.
They pay the Catholic churches and stuff,
How do you,
to
yeah,
forgive
well,
them.
I mean, further down the track is how do you know they're not right? But let's put that aside because that's completely another topic. But what I'm saying is that religion or believing in a god doesn't seem to be any impediment to being a criminal, right? The statistics on criminals in prison is that atheists are the least represented in prisons. They seem to be the most law-abiding people. You see law-abiding civilizations that are secular, like Japan, Norway, Sweden, very, very law-abiding countries, and they are atheistic. So let's sort of get that criminality and separate it from religiosity, because that is important. So why he wouldn't is because of what most atheists have. So we're talking about general consensus of atheists, is that my life is important to me right now. And if I go around doing certain things, it's not only going to make my life bad, but it's going to make the lives of the people that I care about bad, right? So everybody cares about people, except for maybe sociopaths and psychopaths. But they're a bit of an exception because morality, in a philosophical sense, is defined as the code of conduct practiced by all rational people, and they would be an exception to that. So I want to put them aside for just 1 second as well. So if you care about somebody, anybody, and your life is going to negatively affect them, if you're going to cause harm to them, that by itself, even if your life is going to come to an end, that by itself can stop you from living a bad life, because we think that life is going to end. This is the one life that I get, right? This is the only life that I will get, and it's not a practice. It's not an exercise in, well, I'm just seeing if I can behave until a life afterwards comes. It is what I have to experience every day, and so I want to live the best life I can. So morality is about having the code of conduct to say, how do I get the best life I can? And things like, I let people in when I'm driving. And the reason why is because I want to be let in while driving. If I'm struggling to change lanes, I'm late for work, I want someone to let me in and be nice. So I have to be nice for other people because that is just how society works. So I don't need a reward after life because my well-being and the well-being of the people I love and the well-being of humans is important to me right now. I don't need a reward for that. The reward is the life that I live.
Mark, I just want to inject a compliment to you. I
Oh,
have been quiet and listening, but what you just described is the moral code that the Bible lives by. And I just wanted to share that with you because what you're talking
yeah,
about letting people in and doing it, that's the code that the people that I know that are moral Christians that are actually live out their Christianity, that we live by that type of moral code. Now, when you get into the sexuality and everything, there's where we differ. But when
sure.
you talk about that, you and I can agree on that. And I'm going to mute my mic, and I didn't mean to take over.
No, 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 that's fine. That's fine. Look, secular humanism is not looking to um, um, sort of, it doesn't impose itself on people. So what it basically does is it says here is a way of living morally that secular people can do. Um, all that we're looking for is moral compatibility with people. That's it.
Unfortunately, here in the United States, we don't see that here. We really do not see that here. There's this forced thing of we are living our life. You will let us live ours, and you will not. You cannot live yours the way we want to. The minority here are trying to rule the majority.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's happening. The majority doesn't mind letting them live their life. But what's happening is the minority of people are now inflicting, you all have got to abide by our codes. We don't mind if people, most people here in the United States, if if they got, and I'm just going to use terminology, okay?
Mm,
If they have homosexuals living next door, or if they're doing business with them, they'll let them live their life. You go ahead, you live
yeah.
your life, you live your life the way you want to live it. But what's happening is that there is a huge group of very, very loud, I don't know how the right terminology for it. They're very vocal. And it's like, we demand our rights. We want this. We want
Yes.
this. And everybody's got to bow to what we want. And they're the majority. And we're very willing to let them live their lives in quiet, but they don't want to be quiet. They are trying to force their moral codes on
Why
us.
do they have to be
And that
quiet?
is what the big rub. Well, they don't have to be quiet, but they don't have to force that'd be like me trying to force my viewpoint on
Okay.
you. When I say be quiet, I'm saying you lived your life. I'm going to let
Hmm.
that's the way you guys want to live.
But I
And
think
but what they're doing is saying, no, we're going to live ours, and they've got to be very vocal about it and force all of these legal changes and everything else. uh, People just want to let them live their lives the way they want to, because they're eventually, and I use the terminology, if there is a God, I do know that there is, but for the people that don't recognize that, someday if you see the way we do, they're the ones that are going to have to answer for whatever their life was being lived. But they're trying to force everybody in the whole United States to fall under that. And and now we as Christians, we're the bad people, and we're not allowed to live our lives. And they're wanting to shut our churches down, and our worship services and everything else. And and it's a struggle. It is a struggle for us.
okay,
Where
so faithful. I
where the
want to address that because
Mhm.
I don't think
Sure.
anybody's sort of saying from the LGBTQI community that you've got to shut churches down. They might
No,
be
no, I
saying that,
no,
but
I'm
hang on. Well,
talking
let
about a
me
whole
finish.
moral
Let me
code.
finish.
I'm not talking about them. Yes.
Well, I think that sort of with the LGBTQI movement, it has been a long history of these people having minimal rights and minimal freedoms in the United States and elsewhere throughout the world. I'm not excusing my country of that. To be able to live their lives the same as any other member of society. In fact, chemical castration for gay people was a thing in England up until the 50s kind of thing. Just being gay. You would be chemically castrated. So there is a long history of abuse of these people that you've got to contend with to start off with, and that has to be kept in mind. Now, if you're talking about the ability to show who they are sexually in public, then yes, I'm all for that. There is no reason why they should be disallowed to make any kind of something that a heterosexual couple would do in public, that they should be barred from doing that. And so, with that said, I don't see how your freedoms are being impacted by them being free to express themselves in society the same as anyone else is. Maybe you can get into more specifics, because if you're talking about, say, gay marriage, for instance, then I think that gay people should have the right to be able to be married just like anybody else. Marriage is not a religious thing. It is actually predating kind of religious formations, and religions don't give out marriage licenses. The government does that. It is a secular thing. So I'm not
Faithful. Oh, sorry, you weren't done, Mark.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm not sure. Maybe you could be more specific as to what you're talking about exactly, because sort of saying they're not allowing us to live our lives is very blanket, and I don't see that.
Faithful, no, you go ahead and respond, and then I'll say something after you're done responding, if that's all right.
Actually, it wasn't just that particular community that I was talking about. It's a whole moral society here in the United States. It's a much broader spectrum, and for me to be able, with my terminology, especially at the late hour, you'd have to understand.
Yeah, no, I get it.
This is very late for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Faith. I just want to. What's a moral society? I don't understand what a moral society is. I don't know what that is.
Well, when I use the term moral society, let me, instead of using the term moral society, I'm going to talk our people that serve Christian values. That were most of were the people that I know that live by their Christian. I'm going to use the term Christian values rather
So
than
a
morals,
moral
if you
system is
understand the
probably
difference.
the more accurate, like a Christian moral system.
Okay. Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Those of us that actually live our Christian values.
Mm-hmm.
We live. When I said I agree with you, we live that and more, and we live that. And because we live that, now we are second class citizens, because everyone else is saying, you guys are the ones that are wrong. So there's been a complete switch. And it hasn't always been that those that I know that live their Christian values, they have never said, you have to, you have to, you have to, you have to. I came out of that. There's a whole group of people that do that, and I've seen that just tonight. Okay, and so what I'm saying is that there is a group of people that are real, true, genuine people, and now we're the ones that are being told that we're the bad people and we need to change our values. And we're not, and I've not said you need to change your way of thinking. I understand your way of thinking. You have a right to believe that and to feel those things and to understand them. I I I was somebody that was told that Jesus was the greatest con artist that ever lived. He became real to me, just like David had said. He had this moment. You can never take it away from him. You can never take away from me what I've received. But I don't force that on people. If I live it and people come to me and they say, what is it that makes you so different? I'd be glad to share it with them, but I'm not going to shove it down their throat. But now people are trying to shove things down our throats and say we have to change. So you see what I'm saying is everything for us as those that live out our Christian values has had a drastic moral upside down change. And now we're the bad guys.
May I respond?
Yeah, sure. Aiden. Yeah, you want to be next? Yeah, sure. I'll go after you if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. When would you say this social upheaval, like what time span would you put on this social upheaval taking place?
If you're asking me for a year,
No, not
I'm
even
going
just a
to say,
specific year, just a
well,
general time span, even.
I'm going to say that I started to see a change and a shift starting in the 80s. It's been progressive through the 90s into 2000 and a lot from 2000 on, and very, very drastically since about 2000, maybe 15, 16, and maybe that's because of the fact that I've been more conscious of it because I've been out. That's when I started driving the country and so forth and actually interacting with a lot more people. So that may be why I'm more aware of that. But when in the 90s, uh, we didn't see this as drastic as we have since 2000 and specifically since 2010, roughly. And
Okay.
I'm probably, and I may wind up falling asleep on this so that if I don't respond, I'm going to try not to because I've taken
No,
my nighttime meds.
that's okay. I totally
That's okay.
understand.
Yeah.
As far as a change that you know, just so that I don't want to argue against a straw man here. When you're talking about change, are you talking about things like wider acceptance of like gay, lesbian rights and trans rights and things of that
No,
nature? Are you talking about things like that, or what are you more referring to?
not necessarily specifically that. It's just an overall change of I don't know. Help me out here, Chuck. You've lived. You know what I think you know what I'm talking
I
about.
think you're sort of suggesting the vilification of Christians, and I was going to touch on that after
I just
Aiden's
got
Yeah.
back from I just got back
Well,
from the bathroom. I heard my name mentioned.
actually it's not just the vilification of Christianity. Uh, that may be a part of it. I didn't even stop to consider that particular term. Chuck, I was talking about how things have degraded and how there's been kind of a flip flop where the United States used to be a morally Christian type country, and over since the 80s, 90s, 2000, it's kind of really taken a flip flop. And I don't quite know how the
That's certainly
terminology fits
that's
them.
certainly what the statistics show, and a big
And
drop.
since
Yes,
Chuck has stayed up with that more, let him join in on this conversation because that's just it's a little bit late in the night for me to be
Sure.
able to reasonably talk about it.
Mark wanted to say one more thing to you. I think I'll let him say that, and
well,
then I'll say something after
yeah,
you,
I
Mark, if
wanted to
that's okay.
address a lot of that because you're sort of saying, okay, so we've got this Christian moral system. It has been the backbone of society for a long, long time, and nobody's going to argue that Christianity, especially during the communist scare, like the Red Menace kind of thing, they leaned heavily on Christian morals kind of stuff. Um, so, but unfortunately, during that time, there's a lot of bigotry and horrible things happening to some of these communities. Um, so um, the fabric of society has changed, right? So the idea that you can sort of say, hey, these people are horrible for doing what they do, and from my point of view, you are causing psychological harm to people that do not deserve it. Sort of saying, hey, your lifestyle is sinful and you're going to burn in hell. And I'm not accusing you of this, Faithful, just before you say this, but a lot of Christians do say this to the LGBTQI community. They say how bad they are, how wrong they are, how terrible they are. And a lot of the current sort of fabric of society is rejecting the idea that Christian moral values are what everybody has to follow, and they just get to be laid upon other people, and other people are supposed to be in fear of it. That is wholesale being rejected at the moment because, from my point of view, it is just harmful for people. There is a lot of LGBTQI people who are put in horrible psychological circumstances because not all Christians, and I want to make this clear, that sounds like a hashtag, but I understand that different Christians have different perspectives on, you know, what LGBTI people should be able to do, how they should be treated. I heard from Rebecca at Bread of Life, who expressed nothing but love for all fellow humans. and she is a Christian, and I applauded her. In fact, I sort of said on one of my videos, I love Rebecca for that, because she is trying to help and trying to love and trying to have the most human well-being for everybody in our society, and there's nothing wrong with that as far as I see it. But there are a lot of Christians that denigrate, that vilify, that make LGBTQI people's lives absolutely miserable and horrible. And I've talked to people firsthand who have experienced this, who feel ostracized by in our community because of the way that they're seen. And if you think that the way that you're seen in a society doesn't impact you mentally, I would proffer that you've never been part of a huge, you've never been bullied at school or something like that, like just psychologically denigrated in some way. Now, the vilification of Christians. So the modern pushback to this idea that Christians are harming people in our society is where you get this vilification from. And I want to make it perfectly clear. I realize there's different Christians. There's Christians that are nothing but loving, like Rebecca. Probably you, faithful, you probably love them all the same. You may disagree with what they're doing. You don't tell them how bad or how wrong or how horrible they are for doing it, which is good. Okay, you can believe whatever you want. You don't have the right to harm somebody. That's my morality in doing that. And you sort
Can
of
I
said,
come back
oh,
real
they.
quick, Mark?
Well, I just want to address one more thing. You sort of said, oh, they shove it down our throats, which we don't do. So Christians do shove their religion down people's. I'm really sorry, not you in particular. I'm saying Christians in general. They do.
I get that.
I'm sorry, but they do. So this idea that we all should be able to express our beliefs is important. We really should be able to, but that includes the LGBTI community. It just does. So I should be able to express my beliefs. You should be able to express your beliefs. But if I'm causing you harm, if I'm saying, hey, faithful, you're a horrible, evil Christian that and all Christians are this, no, that's wrong. Okay, because I'm causing you psychological harm. So, yes, I do agree that vilification of Christians is going on. I don't think all Christians are bad. But however, vilification of the LGBTQI community is going on at a much higher rate, which does nothing to distract from your valid feeling of being, hey, well, I'm a Christian. I haven't done anything to harm these people. You are correct. And people shouldn't lump all Christians into one bucket, if you will. But at the same time, Christians shouldn't lump LGBTQI people into the sinner, evil, horrible, burn in hell bucket either. So I think there's
Mark,
a
you're
lot of wrong happening around this. And I'm trying to get you to understand that when people are criticizing Christians for being, awful to this community, they're not necessarily talking about you. They're making a blanket statement.
I understand that. And
Okay.
Mark, you're one of the people that I spend my life, not spend all of it, you understand, but you're one of the people that when I come across someone like you or someone that has been injured, I used to be one of those people that you were talking about because I was taught by people that taught me that were taught by people that were taught them because that's kind of how we all kind of grow up. We we learn our values from our parents or for whatever
Mm,
surrounding is until there comes a time when our understanding is opened.
mm,
And when my understanding was open, I Chuck has heard me make this comment, and I think everybody else in this room has. I used to go around and cut off people's ears and walk away, leading them bleeding to die, and say, "What a good boy am I," because that's what I was taught by 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 people that I now put in quotes and call them Christians, because they did not know Jesus the way that I know him now. I was just like I said, I was taught he was the greatest con artist that ever lived until one day I I saw, oh, he's not a was, he's an is. And then I set out on about a 30-year journey to get to where I could actually die out to the things that I'm supposed to die out to be able to live the life that I'm supposed to be living. Now, my values are very different than yours, and so I'm speaking from my perspective.
Sure.
So I've been going around apologizing, and if I was in person to you right now, I would be on my bended knee and say, I am so sorry that the Christian community that you and other people know were those people that called themselves Christians that never really had a real true encounter with Jesus because they have head knowledge, they don't have heart knowledge. It Christian Pike said it real well one time, and I believe it was him. Correct
Mm.
me if I'm wrong. Uh, the others that listen to him all the time. He said, I'm not so sure that a person could really be a true Christian until they've had a personal encounter with Jesus. Because when I had that real personal encounter with him, I mean, in 72, I heard his voice, seriously. And it set me out on this journey a journey seeking truth. I found that truth. I don't shove it down anybody's throat. I'll be glad to share it with anybody. If
Sure.
they ever want to hear the story, I'd be glad to share it with them. But here's the deal. Now, because of the fact I was around this group, then this group, and then this group, and I've come away from all of that, I don't say, oh, these are bad people. They they are walking in the light that they know and that they understand. And too often they do more harm than they do good to the name of Christianity for people like you. And that's one reason why I so much appreciate Chuck's channel versus other avenues, and I won't go into it, is because what he wants to do, I believe, is taking very people together where we can dialogue like that, where you, Mark, and I can understand one another for
Yeah.
our values, accept one another, and we can talk as individuals because it's like David said, you're never going to take away what I've got. However, if there is something in me or something in your values that I can grow by, then I'm willing to listen.
Sure.
And but I'm not going to shut this down and say, you know what, if you don't believe what I believe, you're going to hell. I will tell you that the Bible code says thus, thus, and thus, and I'm not going to go into that. And the way I see it, this is this is this is where it's at. I know, well, I don't know for sure, but I believe that you've read the Bible enough to where you understand what's in there, just
Yes.
like Aiden has. I don't have to go in and say, well, the Bible says this, the Bible says, you know what it says. So if I, you understand it, you've read it, you know it, uh, and you have knowledge of it. So for me to say, well, the Bible says this, and you're going to do that, I don't have to do that. You've already read it.
I
So
think
if
David is
if he
ready
does,
to speak. Sorry.
okay,
Yeah,
but
I was noticing that
if
too. I
Jesus,
didn't.
yeah, but if Jesus doesn't open your understanding to something, I can't do that. But I think this is where the dialogue comes in, and I am going to mute because I do have to get some sleep. You guys have just been absolutely wonderful in this whole conversation. I want to commend everybody for it. David, it has been so nice to hear you dialoguing with people and being and sharing again. I really value you. I value everyone in this room. And thank you so much. I'm not going to leave the room. Chuck, you can knock me out when you end the stream. I'm probably going to just listen and go to sleep because my meds are kicking in. I love everybody in here and I appreciate each one of you.
Oh,
Good
thank you
night.
so much, Faithful. I really
Have a good
appreciate you
night,
talking to
faithful.
me. Yeah,
Good
good
night.
night.
Good night, faithful.
David, you are up. Speak your piece.
Mark,
Yeah.
um, you had said something to Faithful and everything concerning me.
Okay.
To straighten you out on that,
Mhm.
actually, I was bullied pretty much all my childhood, pretty much by atheists, even though I was an atheist too. Um, and thanks to somebody that I met in junior high school. I had my first black belt by the time I was 13, my second by the time I was 16. So no, actually, I grew up very, very timid and not the way I am now or was before I got saved. So I just wanted to correct you on that. I'm
And
You
gonna.
notice
do you
you
think
notice a
that?
lack of. I'm
Well,
sorry, I couldn't help
I'm not
myself.
sure if you picked up on what I said. I said, like, if you believe that sort of um, saying things to people can't cause psychological harm. Do you think that saying things to people that are horrible and mean
No,
can't cause
no,
psychological harm?
you said something about an upbringing.
Yeah, so what I said is if you believe that saying things to people can't cause psychological harm, then you've obviously never been bullied when you were growing up.
Oh, I definitely was bullied,
Right, and that
and
things
that
that
was my
people
point.
have said to you caused you psychological harm. Would I be correct in saying that?
Yeah,
Yep.
and
So that's what I'm
it
saying.
right, and it would boil down to both our points:
Right.
who I became before I got saved, and what you're saying.
Right. Well, I was bullied relentlessly when I was younger, to the point of suicidality and things like that. I was absolutely tormented. So I don't know if they're atheists or Christians or a mixture of the two. I didn't really check. I didn't really know, but it
Oh,
resonates with me, Dave, because I really do think that just sort of saying people are not valid, like, oh, that person is not valid in what they are doing, is incredibly harmful. I think that the barriers that we put up around ourselves, the walls that we make around ourselves, they're built of all of the horrible and vicious things people say to us. I think that words are just words; they're just ideas. But if you hear them long enough, everybody kind of buys it. So when people sort of say, "Hey, LGBTQ people are wrong and they're not valid and they're evil and they're sinful and all these things," you are implanting that self hate into somebody, and that's what I have
can
a
it?
problem with.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah.
Not to interrupt you, but I want to respond to Big Bad Mama.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Is
how did I know they were atheists? I went to school with them every day. I heard them every day, talk to them every day, was in their classes every day. That's how I knew. So
was it a public
ridiculous.
school?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I went to public school. People really didn't talk about their religion in public school. I was
No.
aware there were religious people, religious children in public school. They just didn't talk
No.
about it a lot. That's
I'm
So wait, are
looking.
you saying that they were atheists because they were bad?
No, I'm saying they were atheists because of how they treated other Christians.
You
In
know, Christians can treat other Christians pretty badly too, right? Like Fourth
oh my,
Crusade's a great example of that. They sacked the
oh
largest
my
Christian city on the
God.
entire planet.
Oh my God.
What about them?
Let's see. You got the greasers, you got the freaks, you got the preps, you got the jocks.
well, I think that's a
Now,
bit
Chuck,
reductive, but
you would know this, right?
Sure.
Chuck,
Yeah. Know what, buddy?
you would know the different classifications back in the greaser days and freak days and pothead days and jock days
Yeah.
and prep
Yeah.
days.
Yeah. I wasn't born a priest. Yeah. Sure.
So, you know, you
That
know the kids you are going to school with every day. That's how
Right.
I would know if they were atheist or not.
Hmm.
I I just disagree that their behavior instantly decategorizes them as one or the other. I'm
I
sure
would
I,
plenty
agree
of
with
those
Aiden over
kids
that,
did
actually.
profess as Christians.
well, Aiden, here I am not really caring what you think.
Well, that's great, but that's not a rebuttal to what I said, David.
I don't care.
Okay, well, that's not a rebuttal. That's just you throwing your hands up and taking your ball home, which is not necessarily
Yeah,
a very
but
mature way of handling things.
but you're trying to give an opinion about something that happened in my life, and you don't know diddly
And when
squat
was that,
about
David?
something
Like,
that
I'm
happened.
making an examination of people in general, not just
You
within your life,
you're
but in the wider
making an
context of
example
people.
of something that I'm telling you that happened in my life long before you were a wet spot on your father's fucking mattress.
Hey
Excuse
now,
my French.
hey now, calm down,
Um,
David. Cool off now.
Aiden,
Simmer on
it
down.
may possibly be that because of it, I'm listening to the terminology he used with jocks and so on and so forth during that period of time and everything they may have portrayed, because there are some people that call themselves atheists, such as yourself, that are very kind and very considerate and very loving. There are also some that are very, very hatred and hate filled and so forth. And I think you're aware of that group as well. And so
Thank you.
because of that, that may be why he uses that classification, just as Mark said that Christians, there's one kind of classification of Christian, there's another one. There it also is of atheists. So
oh,
please don't
sure.
classify yourself in with that group of people that he classifies as
Well,
atheists, because he saw them.
I think the pushback
But
is more
anyway,
how do you tell that they're atheist, and then the pushback is kind of that
right.
during the time
And
frame that David's talking about, like the 50s kind of thing, there was so very few atheists around. Like there was way less than 5%. I think it's about 3% or something of people were atheists.
Mark, I'm not like
So
80
it'd be
years
about half
old,
of that.
okay?
I'd
Well,
say
yeah,
no, but it's
I'm
still
I'd
just
true.
even
saying,
say
Religiosity
double.
was still
no,
much
I was
higher
just
at an
saying that
earlier
It
my
was
point.
husband
about
actually knows
60s,
them.
70s,
1% and a half. Who cares? Go ahead.
yeah, it's a really low percentage, and I don't think you can
Mhm.
tell who is an atheist and who is a Christian necessarily by their behavior. Like, I wouldn't be able to tell somebody on the street.
Well, I would even say atheist basically hid out when I said that. They just didn't let. Yeah, do you believe in God, John? Sure, everyone believes in God.
Sure, yeah.
They didn't let their feelings known.
Sure.
So
Well,
yeah.
and at the same time, though, let me just make this clear, David. It wouldn't surprise me if some were. Like, it would not, if you sort of said, hey, that
Right.
some atheist was being an asshole. I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable.
Know,
No, but that's
I
perfectly
think
reasonable.
that's more than fine. But I think what we're sort of saying is that the way that you're coloring it as, oh, it was the atheists did bad, Christians did good kind of thing is kind of, we're wondering how you knew every single one of the bullies was atheist and every single one of the people that were good were Christians.
And how would you know every single person that's judging the LGBTQ community are Christians? And
I
They're
wouldn't.
not just Christians.
It's not just
It's
Christians.
plenty
Yeah.
of Muslims.
I,
There's
I,
plenty
I
of
don't
Jews.
I
bingo,
don't think you heard,
bingo.
I don't think you heard what I said when I talked about it, David. I said that there's not all Christians are giving the LGBTQI a hard time. That's the thing. Like, I made it perfectly clear that not all Christians are the same and not all
He
atheists are the
did. He
same.
made that very clear.
I was
Okay,
very,
but
very
I'm talking about a single. I'm talking about maybe a group of up to 10 kids in either any of
okay.
my grades. Okay, I'm not talking about an entire community.
Hmm.
I'm talking about up to 10 kids.
Oh yeah, sure,
So
sure.
Big Bad Mama wants to sit there and go, "Oh, how would you know?" Well, I went to school with them. That's how I would know.
Well, I think it's a good question. I mean, I went to school with my bullies as well, but I didn't know whether they were Christian or atheist. I don't think I've ever sort of made that distinction. I know that one guy was Polish and he was very religious. I do know that because he was Polish and had talked about it. But the others, I wouldn't be so sure. I honestly don't know. I'd probably say it's more than 10 people as well that I was sort of victim of. So, um, yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to sort of, um, you know, minimalize your experience, and they could very well have been atheists. It's just a kind of, it's a kind of weird claim when I pair it up with what I experienced, where I only really knew the religiosity of one of them, and that was because he was Polish and very vocal about it, kind of thing. So, um, But if you say they're all atheist, hey, it could just be. I think that we do have to sort of say that it's really 10 horrible people rather than any kind of religious denomination. It's not them being atheists that's causing this. It's the fact that kids are really mean, and horrible.
Especially when their minds aren't fully developed. And that's not to
Yeah.
say that it's immediately excusable for them to engage in that behavior.
No,
But
correct.
you got to understand the wider context of,
Right.
these are people whose brains are not fully developed.
Right.
They don't have the same mental capacity as somebody Mark's age or Chuck's age or your age, David. They wouldn't have that
But-
same mental capacity, and that needs to be
Okay.
taken
Let
into
No,
account.
we do have to acknowledge most kids are cruel, especially.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Let me put it to you this way. You guys obviously forgot one simple thing. I lived in a home with atheists.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
If you live with a monkey, you smell a monkey, you know what a monkey lives like and sounds like and smells like.
But isn't that a gross overgeneralization?
It is, yes.
Of people based upon a very small sample size of people. Like, I lived with a few people, therefore everybody that is,
Right.
exhibits similar behavior must be of the exact same ideology as that person.
Well, let's see, Aiden. Okay, there's 8 billion people on the planet. I'm
Correct.
talking about 10 people in my life
Right.
per year.
Well, I mean, I grew up in a completely secular
Was there 8
household.
billion people in the 60s?
No, it was
In-
6. But
In
anyway.
the 60s, I was born in 65.
Yeah.
70s.
70s.
Okay, I mean, Mark already had me going to school.
So I
in the
just
50s.
made a
and
guess,
You
to be
guys
honest
were
with you.
going to school in the 60s.
I gave you
Okay,
10
well,
more
I
years.
do
Give you some credit,
apologize.
man. I gave
do
you 10 more
apologize,
years.
David. I mean, I really should have asked, like, I think I did ask when you actually went through school so I could get an idea.
I already told
did.
everybody that I'm 58 years old.
Okay, well,
I told everybody
maybe my
that an
math
hour
just
ago.
really sucks, David. I'm sorry. My math is terrible.
Just keep it in mind. We're 6 years apart. I'm 64. So
Yeah.
Look,
I'm gonna have to guys out.
you know, I'm not talking about the whole atheistic community. I'm talking about 10 kids,
Sure.
up to 10 kids per grade that were pothead
But the
that
statement
like
you
to
made-
go around beating up everybody
but the
and
statement
making
that you-
fun of them.
The statement that you made earlier, though, was that I lived with these group of people, so I know how I can identify what these people's ideology is, because if you hear a monkey and you see a monkey and you smell a monkey, it must be.
Can we not just accept David's definition for those people and move on?
There's the difference. I lived with them. You didn't.
I think it's a distinct
didn't.
possibility that they were atheists, but I think to definitively
You
claim them to
didn't.
be is a naive thing to do.
You didn't.
Well,
I
I
did.
did grow up in an atheist home, and I wouldn't claim to be able to distinguish an atheist from a theist just because I grew up in an atheistic home. I wouldn't make that claim.
Okay, let me put it this way. Let's see, Metallica t-shirts, Sabotage t-shirts.
What are you talking about? I knew plenty of Christian people that followed Metallica. I mean, I followed Metallica and Slayer.
You did.
Well, I
Okay.
did, but I sort of grew out of that phase kind of thing. But I knew people that wore that stuff, and they were Christian.
There's a difference between being a Christian and wearing the name tag of a Christian.
Okay, so this is a no true Scotsman fallacy.
I was
You're
just about to
basically
go
saying
there.
because they don't adhere to exactly what I call a Christian, then I'm going to eliminate them from being Christian. And so the no true Scotsman. It's like this. It's basically. Let me explain, David.
Them not being atheist is also a not true Scotsman fallacy.
Well, sure, it could have been. Yeah, it could be. Yes, if we were saying, hey, because they were, if they didn't have a rainbow flag in their bedroom, then they're not a true atheist. Then yes, that would be a no true Scotsman. Okay, but that's
Dude.
not what we're saying. But what you're saying, and the way the fallacy goes, it's like, oh well, this person was a Scotsman, and so
Because he
some.
doesn't eat porridge the way that
Well,
other
hold on a sec.
Scotsmen
Let
eat
me
porridge.
explain
I
what it.
already know what that. Dude, you guys are defending people you don't
I'm
even
not
know
defending them.
that I grew up with.
I'm not defending them. I'm examining your epistemology and how you arrived at the conclusions you arrived at. Because the conclusion you arrived at is that they're atheist. And your epistemology for that, well, David, let me explain. Your
I
epistemology
arrived
for
at
that,
that.
like your reasoning to get
I
there,
arrived.
is
Well, then
well,
go back in time and talk to the person.
Oh, what were you saying before about interrupting, David? Come
Talk
on,
to
dude.
the
Don't be a
person
rank
that was
hypocrite.
14
let him
years
finish.
old and
Let him
made that
finish, and then I'll talk.
determination.
Don't be a hypocrite, David.
Make that determination with the person that was 14, 15 years old and made that determination.
Okay, so the thing is, like, your reasoning behind how you knew they were an atheist was they were wearing heavy metal shirts and they were, participating in loud concerts and listening to certain music and probably play Dungeons and Dragons. Who knows, this kind of this sort of stereotype of anti-Christian. Now, they may very well have identified as Christians, and the way the No True Scotsman goes, it's basically like only Scotsmen wear kilts kind of thing. And you can go, hey, well, hang on, my brother is a Scotsman and he's never worn a kilt in his life. And you say, oh, well, only true Scotsmen wear kilt. It's a sort of fallacy because you're basically saying that behavior prevents them from being Christian. Right, and it doesn't, because you're just redefining Christian to exclude people who engage in this behavior.
So what you're saying is, in order for me to know if somebody's an atheist, I actually have to get pictures of them at Dawkins convention.
No,
just ask them if they're an atheist.
Yes,
I mean,
that's literally all that it takes.
So,
are you an atheist? Yes or no?
Yeah.
That is whether or not they're an atheist. So, that's how
so
deep
when
it
I
goes.
was 12 years old, getting my face beat into the playground pavement, I was supposed to go, "Hey, are you an atheist?"
For the sake of
no.
you saying that they're an atheist,
Dude.
yes, at least for you to definitively say that they're an atheist, yes, you would have to do that because that's the only way that you can know with any level of certainty that they're an atheist.
Or David,
for the sake of the conversation we were having,
You
yes.
know what?
Or
I'm
David,
done.
you can't definitively say they were
Aiden,
all atheists.
You are dumber than dumb.
No,
he's-
get
I'm
out
outta
of here.
here.
All right,
He's-
go ahead and throw your petulant insults to somebody who cares, David.
Look, it's just of course, while you're being bullied and abused, you can't ask.
Baby.
Well, Aiden, just a second. Don't throw names as well. There's no reason to be, do the same behavior.
Well, I'm sorry, but his behavior was
two
abysmal.
wrongs don't make a right, Aiden. Just because some person does something wrong doesn't mean that doing the same wrong thing is going to make it right.
You're correct.
And
You're
of course,
correct.
but David
my frustration isn't an excuse.
Well, just understand the amount of trauma this kind of stuff has for David. And David, my heart goes out to you. It resonates with me. I've been through the same thing. And of course you can't, while being abused and bullied, ask them what their faith is like. But all we're pointing out is that if you don't have that information, then it's not really right to assume they're atheists, sort of thing. That's all that we're trying to point out. And I'm sorry if I upset David. I really am. I didn't mean to. We're just pushing back on this idea, and
it wasn't you. It wasn't you. I'll take full responsibility for getting him upset.
Mark, it was not you at all.
I'll take full responsibility.
You came in at many different angles, full of empathy, and that was not you.
Yeah,
I will say though, just for the sake of what happened with David, I've been in rooms with him where I've talked with him and been empathetic with him and have tried to establish that understanding. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I only bring that up just to say that I wasn't here to persecute David or try to run him through a series of questions that would renew some sort of trauma. I just found the assertion that he made that they were atheists
can
to
you
be
apologize?
very strange due to his way.
Can you apologize to David for calling him petulant and all the things that you called him? Because
yeah, it was wrong for me to have called you petulant, David. I was upset And me being upset isn't an excuse to do the same thing that you were doing. It's hypocritical. And I was just talking to you about hypocrisy, so you're right to mention that.
Can I just also point out, having gone through that when I'm younger, I just want to point out the some of the scars that we have from childhood, and the scars that I have from sort of when I went what I went through in school, being bullied and tormented and
Mark, you're muted.
Muted, Mark.
Your mic is
Mark.
muted. I don't know why.
Yeah, you're still muted, buddy.
Yeah, you just kind of
Nothing.
cut up. Maybe your mic disconnected. Maybe look
It
at
may
your
have,
ports.
because not even getting
Yeah, it just kind of
scratchy.
cut out all of a sudden. Wow, Father Charles, why'd you mute him like that? Why would you just shut him down mid-sentence? He's trying to get his point across, and you're gonna censor him.
I just couldn't take him no more. No,
yeah.
that's
But no,
weird, man.
but I got upset. But you got to understand, man, the way that that entire thing kicked off.
Nope.
I know that it wasn't on ideal terms. The way that I kind of came in and I butted in, and that was wrong. I should have waited for you to finish.
I'm
But
checking
I will.
everything.
I will just mention it's not just you, and I'm not saying that excuses the behavior, but it's not just you. I do that too, David. I wasn't just trying to arouse your anger specifically. I was listening into the room. We can't hear you. I'm sorry, Mark. I was listening in for hours, and I was very excited to get in on the conversation, and that expressed itself in an unproductive way. So I'm sorry that you got frustrated about that. I hope next time that we have an interaction, it can be more positive. But with that being said, hopefully by the time I'm done filibustering and filling in empty airtime, Mark Reid will be finished with his auxiliary. Let me tell you about the time my auxiliary cord became partially disconnected from my computer. I think it was 1992. The auxiliary cord had just come out as a device that was compatible with the computer. I bought it from the store, but to get to the store, I had to get on the ferry, and the ferry was very expensive, and it was slightly windy when we crossed on the ferry. And I'm sorry, I'm out, Mark. I've ran out of ammunition.
I'm trying to.
I'm at the bottom of the magazine, man. You got to give me a new one.
Man, Mark, I'm going to refresh the page. That's not good. Let's see if this works sometimes.
He's gesturing at his headphones. Mark, do you know fluent American Sign Language? Because if you do, I do not, so that won't actually be useful whatsoever. So, do it anyway. Maybe somebody in the audience will know it, and we can like telegram back and forth.
Mark, no.
Mark's gonna have to pull out his telegram. He's gonna communicate.
check 1 2 check 1 2.
somebody in their family in a dispute, which is, I'm sure, something that has happened in our history.
Hello.
You know, oh, we can
Yeah.
hear you. We
Yeah.
can hear you.
Just a USB error. Apparently, I just replugged into the USB and it sorted itself
Oh,
out.
darn. I was going to go off on Mark when he wasn't here,
Sure.
but now I
Yeah.
can't.
That's exactly what I
Wow,
expect.
Big Bad Mama, I guess you got to go now. Sorry.
No.
I'm kidding.
Well, I mean, I'm going to go
joking.
soon anyway. It's been such a really good conversation. What I wanted to say, and I really wanted to sort
Can I
of
say something really quickly?
Oh yeah, sure,
first?
BBM. Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, I just want to say that Aiden was going through a lot of abuse in the chat that wasn't of his own making. So I'm just throwing that out there, that this didn't just come out of the blue, this last little blow up. There were a lot of comments made to Aiden, and Aiden was trying to pacify the situation. So I just wanted to bring that up, and go ahead, Mark.
Oh yeah. No, I get that, and I know I'm sorry. I just yeah, I just want to, because my heart really goes out to David. So I went through. I really resonate with what he was talking about. I was abused and bullied,
I
and
understand.
horrible stuff happened to me in school, and I still carry scars from it to this day. Behaviors that still affect me from back then, and it's. I don't want to undermine just how much it can be traumatic and the trauma associated.
Oh,
So,
dude.
I really want to give much love to David, and you know, I understand what he's saying and what he's going through, and I don't want to minimize it by sort of, you know, questioning his epistemology that much. I think that
I understand.
yeah, I really want to you know, just say that I understand the trauma involved, and how much it hurt, and you know, really empathize with that experience for him, because it's a horrible experience. I'm probably going to get out of here, but thank you so much, Father Charles. I really appreciate you having me on and being able to talk. I think there was some really good conversations, and I love having these conversations about morality, and I do want to push back against Joshua. Mark would make a wonderful Christian, and not without believing in God or Jesus, mate. I think that's probably a bare minimum kind of thing. But thank you. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Thank you. I will take it in the sort of thing that it's meant. So thank you so much. But
yeah, for sure. It was good seeing you, Mark. I know that I wasn't able to be on here all that long before you left, but it was good seeing. I know that I revealed my true colors as a horrible person here tonight, but I hope you can move past that.
No,
and
not at all.
understand that I'm not always a terror. I'm just joking.
No, not at
I'm
all.
making, like,
It's just.
In all seriousness, if I could just finish what I was saying.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I know what it's like to be bullied. If I could show you, I don't have my webcam on right now, but I've got a scar on my right hand that runs all the way from my knuckle down to the other side of my wrist. I was in the 2nd grade, and I was in the washroom, and somebody who had been bullying me frequently, I guess, knew that they had an opportunity with me alone and without the teachers there, so they cut my hand open using a pencil sharpener blade. So I know what it's like to be bullied and traumatized through that. Like, I'm still extremely careful around sharp objects to this day, because that's affected me from that point forward in my life. So no, I'm not saying that for you to feel pity on me or anything. I'm just simply saying I understand what it's like to be tortured and what it's like to be bullied. And I do sympathize with you as well, David. I do know that going through especially over long periods of time, going through torturous bullying fundamentally changes your outlook on life, and I am sorry to hear that happen to you. And I just hope you know, even though you're not here, I wasn't trying to take away from your experience by saying that I don't know if you could know for certain if they were atheists. I would never dispute that you were bullied or that you were tortured. I just found your reasoning a little odd, and I hope that you know that I wasn't trying to take away from your experiences, because I would never question that you were bullied. I would never say such.
No, not at all.
Well said, Aiden.
She's driving me crazy. Oh, hi, Mark.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I've never heard that before.
I'm tired of her. I am tired.
I ain't tired of it. Hello, Mark.
So
Oh,
good.
hi, Mark.
Such a good film.
Is that a Serbian film? that
No,
came
That's a
out?
no.
No,
classic.
that was the room.
It's
That
The
was the
Room.
room.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Tell me why
that's what it is.
so.
Hey, I'm not gonna stay here for very long. I just want. It's already 4 hours. I'm pretty sure you guys are about to shut down anyway.
Yeah.
Um, uh, Mark, you said a statement about this is very important. It is very important. Whenever you guys were watching our stream, you
Hmm.
said that Kent Hove. This is like forget about everything else. Okay.
Yeah.
Whenever Kent Hovind was showing the kid the rubber band, and he said that Kent Hovind was just stronger, or he was just pulling it further.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there is an actual technique to that.
Okay.
It, yeah.
Yeah, I
So,
just don't. I don't really see what it sort of. I don't see the link between spirituality and stuff like that. It just seems, um, I'm not aware that rubber bands have any spirituality. He's kind of just using it as a metaphor or something. But I don't subscribe
right.
to it.
Can
It's indoctrinating children is what it's for, basically.
may I explain? Hey, look, I learned how to do it whenever I was at Dinosaur Adventureland. I could snipe people with a rubber band. Okay, so it's not just for children, and some children shouldn't be able to do that. We would actually do that in church over there. Um,
You have a high capacity rubber band magazine, Lupin? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you've got a high capacity rubber band magazine, I'm going to have to pay you a visit. The ATF is going to pay you a visit at the very least.
I'm glad I don't have a dog.
Wow.
Okay, so anyway, can I explain to you like the spiritual lesson behind it and about behind the metaphor?
No, I heard it from Hovind. I mean, sort of. I don't know
So
how you're sort of. Yeah.
so you don't okay, so well you don't want to hear it, so I
Well,
guess
I mean, you can if you
okay.
want to. That's fine.
Okay, so whenever you stretch a rubber band out, like how do you usually do it? Whenever you do it, you just put it on your finger and you just pull it like straight back.
I don't. I mean, not really. I don't really have a technique as such. I mean, I used to like the rubber
Uh-huh.
band gun one where you used to wrap it around your hand and then like let your finger
Yes.
or thumb go.
Oh, like the little hand
Those
thumb
things
one.
are
Yeah.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about using your actual hand. Like my hand's not big enough for that. But anyway, so the spiritual aspect between that. Okay, look, normally whenever people do that, they'll just grab one end of the rubber band and the other one and just stretch it out equally and fling it. And whenever it does that, if you slow it down, whenever you see it flying through the air, uh, the one end of the rubber band and the other one, they'll be colliding with each other while they fly through the air. They'll be bouncing back off each other. But when you tighten one side, one okay, so you got the rubber band in between your fingers, right?
Hmm.
Whenever okay, so there's two sides, there's one side and then there's the left side and the right side. Whenever you have it stretched out, if you stretch out the right side tighter and you leave the left side loose and you shoot it, it creates a rotational effect where instead of it colliding with each other, it spins and it allows it to go further.
Okay.
So there is some science behind that, and it is an actual technique. I
Okay.
recommend you go and try
So
it out.
so
Go
which
and try it
which
out yourself.
side is the spiritual and which side is the physical?
Well, you see, the thing is, they're both. It's a battle between human spirit and a soul, and I know that's hard if you
So,
don't believe in
but
a
the
spirit and a
analogy
soul.
the analogy is you've got to stretch one of these tighter. So it'd be the physical you're stretching tighter.
It's
Well,
your soul. You got to stretch it tight. Stretch that soul
it,
nice and tight.
it's more or less on how far it can go and how to instead of your spirit and your soul kind of collide. Because well, I say spirit and soul, but it
Aren't
may
they
be
the
spirit
same
and
thing?
flesh. No, no, not
Well,
necessarily.
see, I'd say the way I would sort of say that's why it's a bad analogy, because I would sort of say, hey, a balanced life is probably the best life to live, right?
Let me go with spirit and flesh, okay? Okay. So the difference between the spirit and the soul, okay? So the spirit, whenever you receive the spirit as a Christian, I'm talking to you as a Christian because I'm a Christian. Okay. Whenever you receive the Holy Spirit, that spirit is incapable of sinning. Okay, whenever you're born again, that spirit is incapable of sinning.
Okay.
Okay, but your body is still capable of sinning. You know, your
Mhm.
flesh is still capable of sinning. So the goal for a lot of Christians and what most Christians try and do is to feed more into the spirit, which whenever you receive the Holy Spirit, whenever you have that spirit inside of you, it's it it causes you to not want to do sin, not want to do like evil things, you know, not tell lies. You know, there's a number of things, okay? But that allows your spirit to grow. Now, people receive the spirit, you know, in different ways, you know. Like what I mean by that, like in different times, some people say, "Well, I need Jesus to manifest himself in front of me and show himself to me and prove that he's Jesus,"
Right.
which I could argue that's already been done, and you guys still wouldn't recognize him. It's historically been proven, but I don't want to get into that discussion right now.
Okay.
I just because it's 4 hours. Look, I got
No,
a
no,
show
no.
on
That's okay.
Wednesday.
That's okay. I get what you're saying. I get that. Hey, I'm wrong about there not being a better technique. You could well be right. It could be a better technique. Granted. Okay, I'm wrong about that. Okay, I'll just grant that for
Yeah,
the sake of argument. Okay, so it's
it's super
because
important. Super
it
important.
sounds logical to me that if you stretch out one side, which I did not know, if you stretch out one side, then it will rotate, and rotation usually means more stable flight, which I totally understand. That's physics for you. Yes, rotation equals stable flight. So that could very well be true, and I'll stand corrected on that. However, I don't get how that applies to spirituality and body, because the analogy just doesn't make sense to me. Like, why is one
Okay.
side of the rubber band spirituality and not physical stuff? It just like you're just describing physics and then saying, "Hey, this is how it applies to your spirit." I don't understand that.
Well, see, I'm three things, but I'm also one thing, right?
What three
Okay.
things are
Well,
you?
I'm mind, spirit, body, and soul. Some would say mind, body, and soul. Some people argue that your spirit lies in your mind. It's very complicated, but
Okay.
I'm I'm mind, body, and soul, or spirit, body, and soul.
Okay.
So I'm three things, but yet I'm still just one.
Well, I mean, I believe that there's a mind and body. I'm cool with that. It's just the soul that I've never been demonstrated. Like, is there a way you can, like, you can demonstrate your mind by, doing calculations or showing me the products of your intuition and everything. Body's quite easy to demonstrate. What about the soul? How do you demonstrate that one?
Well, how much does a gigabyte weigh?
Well, it depends on the format it's in. A solid state will probably.
How
Um,
much how much does it weigh though? Like how much
well,
does a
I'm telling
gigabyte
you.
weigh to okay.
I'm
I'm
telling
sorry,
you,
I didn't mean to I didn't
because
mean to
when you
interrupt.
say a gigabyte, you're talking about memory storage space, right? You're talking about a physical a state of either latching, which is basically a way that we can transfer electrical signals through a latch that either is open or closed to represent a 0 or 1, or you're talking about a solid state where solid states are imposed electrical charge in order to save them. So not only do the electrons have weight, the type of storage that you're talking about has weight as well. So it depends on what. So a gigabyte, it's a category error, because a gigabyte is a measurement of storage space, not a measurement
Of data.
of
It's
data.
data. What
Well,
I'm
that
asking
is
is how much
storage
does that
space.
does is the hard does the hard drive weigh more when there's more data in it?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. I
So
mean, it might,
so
depending on the data. Like, if you have all ones, for instance, if you have all electrical input, so the electrons are there, then it will probably may mean a tiny bit more weight than if it has zeros or no electrical charge in it. I'm not 100% sure about
I
that. It's
mean,
a
you're
very
talking about
weird question.
point zero infinity.
Probably, yeah.
It
A
does get
tiny,
physically heavier. It does
minuscule
actually
amount.
get physically heavier.
Does
It's
it?
more than minuscule.
Does it, Hayden?
It's not a huge amount that it gets heavier,
Oh, it'd
but
be
they do
infinitesimally
get
small.
I
give
Yeah.
you
mean,
way more after they
D-
are
there
does
full.
it?
is there is an introduction of mass. We will say that. Like a spring that is loaded has more mass than a spring that is not.
It was okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was just kind of a question to just make you think a little bit. Whenever people say like, "How can you see your soul?" and everything like that, or "How can you tell your soul?" or "How do you tell if you have a soul or not?" It's something invisible. It's not tangible. It doesn't have weight to it, and it's very hard to for me to actually describe it.
Okay.
It's it's almost like describing colors to a blind man. It's almost impossible. I do know that you're capable of finding it, but you have to be willing to actually search for it yourself. And I
Why?
know that's why.
Yeah. Why?
Because that is the beautiful gift that God gave us, and I'm gonna say it because, like I said, I'm a Christian. That is the beautiful gift that God gave us of free will to be able to seek these things out, to seek this, to go back and find it.
Okay. So,
And at the end,
well, yeah, without sort of, so I want to address a couple of things that you said. Number one, sort of, you're not describing to me how it's demonstrated, so how can I possibly look for something that can't be described? Like, if you're saying, how do you go out and look for people that are dressed in pants, right? You can say, hey, this is what they will be wearing, or this is what you're looking for, or this is what you're after. If I basically say, how do you demonstrate that, and you say, well, I can't, but you've got to go out and look for it, my first question is going to be, well, what am I looking for? Because you can't describe how it would be demonstrated to me when I find it. Secondly, we can.
may I give it a
Well,
okay?
secondly, I just have another point to make. Secondly, we can actually
Okay.
describe colors to blind people. We do it with their other senses, like so that we can describe red as hot and loud kind of thing. So we can actually tell them what the
But
colors.
red isn't
Yeah,
red isn't hot. How would they know? How would they know what? How would they know if something's
through
red hot? You
analogy,
know.
through analogy with their other
Yeah,
senses.
you would say that red is fire and blue
Correct.
is ice.
Yes,
I
correct.
mean, the analogy holds.
Yes.
Well, I mean, okay, but then they would still have to be like, well, I still don't know what the
Sure,
color
it would be an
is.
imperfect understanding, absolutely, but we can still describe colors to a blind person, and it's all descriptions are imperfect, right? There's no perfect
So,
descriptions of things.
I was
right,
gonna
sure.
say that to have a perfect quote unquote idea of what a color is, we don't have a perfect idea
Correct.
of what a color
And we
is
can only
because there's people
quantify
with
it.
more raw
We
bones in
quantify
their
it with the
eyes.
wavelength of light, right? We say, hey, this is between whatever gigahertz and whatever gigahertz is red, but we can't actually tap into the actual light
The
that is.
essence.
Right, right.
So let me kind of take a shot and trying to explain it to you. Like I said, I'm not going to be too long. I'm going to have a stream on Wednesday. It is going to I'm going to talk to Steven and see if it can be a true open panel, or if I'm going to try and work that out. And if not, I may do it on my own channel. I would like for it to be a true open panel, but I'm going to be kind of strict on it. But let me try and explain it to you. So Mark, who is Mark?
That would be the both.
Who's Mark Reed?
Yeah, I probably attach a whole load of labels to what that is. I am a assimilation of a body and conscious that was born
So there's
47 years
there's
ago.
your wait 1 second, hold on. So you got your flesh, your body, yes.
Yes. And when
Okay,
we're
so that's one part of you.
sure, but when we're talking about who I am, we're usually talking about the compilation of experiences and thoughts that makes up your
Mm-hmm.
ego and superego, right? So
Mm-hmm.
when I say I, it's usually an assimilation of a lot of different data points and a lot of different experiences that my mind has had and stored away as defining what I am. So I would probably point to the ego and superego of, me, as being what I consider to be I or me.
So let's see, Mark. You're a physical body. You're made of flesh and blood. You know, you're a human being.
Well, that's not
Yes.
all I am.
Okay. No, no. I mean, I'm trying. Follow me.
Yeah,
Just let
sure.
me. Okay. So then, but Mark Reed is also a nice, caring, intelligent person.
Um, yes, but I mean, you're sort of talking of emergent properties now. You're,
Oh, okay. So you also.
I'm sorry, Mark. Was that a question?
I don't know. What was the question? I'm not sure.
When you said yes, it sounded like you were asking a
Yeah,
question.
well, I mean, I mean, I don't tend to label myself a lot. I don't tend to do that. I think that there's some labels I choose, some labels I earn, I guess. And when you're sort of talking about all of these labels that I guess you feel that I've earned, I'm not really the arbiter of that. Whether I'm
I was trying to be polite. I was trying to be polite. I think we're looking too deep into. You have certain attributes that make Mark like. Okay, yeah, I know Mark Reed. Yeah, that dude. He's really nice. He's a very smart,
right, but
intelligent
I don't
person.
decide that
Okay,
label. I don't decide whether
okay,
I'm
sure.
intelligent and nice. That's up for others to decide. That's a label that I may have earned or might not have earned. I don't assign that to myself. So when you're talking about what makes me me, I don't see me saying, "Hey, I am a nice guy." Like I could be a complete nasty piece of work and say, "Hey, I'm a nice guy." That
Okay, well then Mark is an arrogant hooligan
sure.
jerk.
I mean, you
Then I
get to
mean,
say that, David. That's
I knew
something that I've
Lupin couldn't control himself.
if that's
no, I'm
something that I've
using it.
earned, then that's something that I've earned, and maybe
But
I.
it's your characteristics,
Okay, so when we're talking about characteristics, we're really talking about labels, right? So the only
your
labels
personality.
that I want to take on are the labels which I choose or the labels which I've earned. And I don't choose to take those on necessarily.
Okay, fair enough. In essence, what you're saying is we're a product of our environment, and that kind of determine that's a
Um,
big factor in how we uh react. Which I would agree with
Well,
you there
it's a
if that
big
is what
factor.
you're
Sure.
saying.
I mean, genetics and epigenetics are also a factor in it. So when we're talking about emergent properties, like we're talking about things that are emergent, like so your personality, I would say, and if that's what you consider to be the I in this statement, then that would be an emergent property of your experiences, your genetics, a lot of different things go into it. But yeah, so your I is an emergent property of everything physical in your life. So if you're sort of saying, hey, do you adhere to physicalism? Yeah, kind of. I guess I've never been shown anything that's not physical.
Okay. And
Yeah.
so then those are two parts. I don't know if you necessarily agree with it. You know, that's up to you. But then you also have your conscience that kind of tells you what's right and wrong,
Sure.
right? Okay. Now, I know that you being an atheist you don't feel as if that's given to you from God.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Me me as a Christian, I know it's given to you by God. I know it's not
How
given
do
to
you
you
know
by
that?
humans. I know it's
You don't really
I
know that though, do you?
I do know that
You have
because
faith.
Well, hold
You have
on.
faith.
How do you know
I
that?
do have faith. I
I'm
do have faith
okay. So
because
I'm not gonna.
it's in my
Okay,
Bible.
just
And
1 second. 1 second. I'm not gonna say you
okay,
don't know that, right? Because I'm not gonna be that definitive about it. But what I am asking is how you do know that. How what epistemology has led you to that knowledge?
through personal experience, as I've studied, as I've grown in the Word, I find the truth and the evidence to be backed up biblically,
Well, that's
and
not
I
really.
find the Bible to be the way, the truth, and the life.
Well,
And I find it evident in the Bible, and that Bible is not just a book. That Bible is the living Word of
Well,
God.
hold on a second. Hold on a second, because I didn't ask like what you knew, right? So you're saying you
Okay.
studied and stuff like that. That isn't really an epistemology to how you know something. That's just
Your
why you
epis-
know
ep-
something.
epistemology too complex. Dumb it down for me.
Okay,
I'm
so
done.
epistemology is the investigation into how we know things or why we believe things. It's basically if I think that my wife's in the other room cooking something, the epistemology is how I know that, right? So I might hear cooking, or I might look out and see her cooking, or it just this time might be the time that she starts to cook generally, right? So your epistemology is the justification for your beliefs and for your knowledge, as opposed to what's called an ontology, which is the metaphysical actuality. So regardless of what I believe and what I know, there will be in reality, my wife will be there cooking or not be cooking, right? There will be a fact behind it. Unfortunately,
Okay.
I don't have direct access to whether she's there cooking or not. I can't just determine that straight away. I've got to have
She's a woman. She's got to be in the kitchen.
well, that's still epistemology, right? So if you think it's logical,
It was a joke.
no,
It was
no,
a
no, I
joke.
get you, but what I'm trying to say is that's so if you think it's logical for a woman to be in a kitchen, like if that's what you're saying, then that's still epistemology. It doesn't actually get you to the reality of whether she's there or not. But what you have is epistemology about why you think she is there, right? You're a bit of a misogynist, so that's what you think,
Yes.
right? So
Yeah, sure.
that's your epistemology. So saying I've studied isn't actually an epistemology. It's not saying how you got
So
to know
what you need is like physical evidence. You need
Well,
like you would need
not
physical evidence. Like
necessarily.
you would have to hear her, maybe see her, or
Well, not
you have.
necessarily. I mean, for me to believe it, I would need some kind of reliable demonstration that in some way your epistemology is sound, right? That you have some sort of justification. And then we could talk about that justification. But if you're sort of going to say, well, I've studied, I can say, well, a lot of people have studied, they haven't arrived at a God. Like,
Okay,
I don't see how that is a
I understand.
reasonable epistemology to saying, hey, I know that this soul or this spirit is responsible for my conscience.
Can I interject a little bit here?
Sure, go for it.
You can't. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I want you to keep your thought though, Mark, because I
Yeah,
do have
sure, sure.
a rebuttal to you.
Dustin, can you adjust the string that you have attached to the tin can that you're currently speaking through? Thank you. Could you just I'm joking. I was purely a joke.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you better now. I hear you much better now, actually. I was not thinking you would actually improve your audio quality. That was purely just a joke. Sorry, go ahead.
You gotta straighten out the line.
No, thank you for pointing that out to me.
No problem.
So what I think Lupin is trying to get at here, Mark, is there's a spark of divinity, right? And he's trying to get you to acknowledge it. Now, I understand that that's something hard for you to accept because you don't believe in it. More straight to the point, though, Lupin believes that you have consequences in your eternal soul, and I think he's trying to find a scientific way to reach you.
Oh,
so
well, I mean,
I don't want to misrepresent what Lupin's saying, so I'll stop it there.
Well, I'm happy to be scientifically shown. I'm more than happy. I don't necessarily need a scientific demonstration, but I do feel that if something isn't reliable and rigorous, at least reliable, then I really don't know how I could trust it to be correct. And that's sort of my epistemology and how I get to what I believe and know. So that might not be on the same level as yours, but this whole spark of divinity thing, I mean, you're sort of trying to explain where sort of conscience comes from. And anyone that's ever owned a dog knows that they have a conscience as well, because a dog will do something wrong, and then sort of look so guilty
Excellent.
about it and sort of
Remember what we were talking about last night,
Thank you,
Lupin?
thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll
okay.
let you finish your. I'll
No,
let
no,
you
that's
finish your
it. It's
point.
just we notice conscience in other animals. It seems to be a part of a dynamic social system, because we notice it
Okay.
in other apes, and we notice it in other social animals. Where we don't notice it is animals that aren't social. So what you'll notice is solo predatory hunters like cats have ways less of this social responsibility than social animals do.
Okay. All right. So me as a human being, I observe I observe all around me that human beings are capable of evil things, from genocides to murdering to killing their families, torturing,
Sure.
everything. Okay, and from an evolutionary standpoint, that should, I mean, it's the fittest should survive. Strongest of the fittest. Okay, so
Okay.
with that being said, I also see good.
Hold on, Mark.
I also see good in people. And that good would serve no benefit to propagate any kind of evolutionary benefit. Okay. Humans have the only capability to actually do evil. Okay. So it separates us. It's funny because, yeah, me and Aiden spoke about this. A dog, yes, is capable of good and bad, but is a dog capable of being evil?
Yes.
Okay, so that's there are two very big points there. So I'll get right into both of them without further delay. Okay, so you observe evil, right, and you observe good, and I get that, and human beings are capable of enormous evil, as you've said. Now the thing with that is that usually that evil is done to people who are not part of their in group. It's an out group, right? So what you'll see is,
Not necessarily.
well, not necessarily for individuals, but human in general is what you're talking about. Because when you're talking about humans capable of doing evil, you're talking generalities, right? Most people don't do evil. Most people adhere to, maybe a neutral sort of moral system, or don't do good or evil in any particular way. They just live their lives, kind of thing. Also, other apes are capable of what we'd do, what we'd consider evil. Like they make war on other
Mhm.
troops. They kill other troops. They sometimes torture other animals. They're
But
capable of
is
doing.
that evil?
Well, this is the thing. It's a semantic thing, because evil is usually only
It's
applied to.
but it's not.
Well, if I could just
It
finish,
absolutely
if
is.
if I could just finish. So
Okay, I'll let you.
good and evil is usually only applied to moral systems. Morality is only usually applied to humans, right? That's the thing. That usually when we're talking morality, we're talking human morality. Do animals have a sense of morality? I would say no. I think they have a
Ooh.
pseudo morality. I think they're getting there because their brains are a lot more primitive. We see this a lot. Capuchin monkeys is one of the ones that I go to as the main things. They basically will toss people out of their troop for lying about stuff, which is just fascinating. So they don't consider they
Can
consider
a
lies.
monkey can
Yeah,
a monkey
yeah.
can recognize a lie?
So the capuchin,
Interesting.
so the capuchin monkey, what it basically does is they all scavenge on the jungle floor. I'm getting an echo. I'm getting an unholy echo. Um, these monkeys scavenge on the floor, and they have an alarm signal to tell the other monkeys, hey, there's a predator, there's a snake, and it's snakes in particular that they're afraid of. So they have a distinctive call that says snake there. Now sometimes, because they want more food and they're very, very hungry and they're very, very selfish, a monkey will make that call with there being no snake whatsoever, right? It will say snake or give the call for a snake. All the other monkeys will run up the trees and it will grab food and start to eat it. Now, if that monkey's found out it's been lying, they will kick that monkey out of the troop. That is an immoral behavior to those monkeys. But again, when we're talking morals, we're usually talking human morals, or that's the confines of what we're talking about. So I don't say they have morals, because a moral system is one that is a system of a whole load of behaviors, but it is kind of pseudo morals. It comes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting. You know what? I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
So all I can, and I'm not going to really look into it right now.
No,
Maybe
no, I
that would
wouldn't
be an
expect you
interesting.
to. But do look it up sometime. Capuchin
That
monkeys
would
are
be an interesting
fascinating.
study.
Fascinating.
Sure.
Um,
A
may,
lot
may
of
I
animals. Well, can I just
Yeah, of
finish
course.
my
When
point?
you're finished, am I able to interject? Is really what I was asking. Was when you're
I'm just gonna finish right here.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
in my
hadn't gotten
Bible.
to the end of my point. I kind of got sidetracked. So the other thing is,
Sorry.
and I'm trying not to be harsh here, but you don't understand evolution. I'm sorry. You've sort of said I
I don't believe it.
Well, you don't understand it because you sort of said
Mm,
something that sort of murders isn't like according to evolution. There's no benefit in working together. Is essentially. I mean, that's what you're saying, right? I don't want to misrepresent you. That's what you're saying.
say that again.
According to evolution, there's no benefit to working together.
According to evolution,
Right. You said survival of the fittest. It doesn't make sense to not.
survival of the fittest is a big part of it. Yes.
Right. But what you were sort of saying is that according to evolution, there's no sense in not murdering, essentially, because it is survival of the fittest, right?
I would say yes.
Okay, so that sort of says to me, and I'm not trying to be insulting, it just says to me you don't understand evolution. Because
Well,
survival of the
I don't believe it exists. I don't believe it exists. But okay.
right, but you don't understand it because within a social group, right, you have a troop of, like, let's go back to the capuchin monkeys. It's not in their interest to murder one another, right? They have snakes to worry about, they have starvation to worry about, they have the environment to worry, they have storms, they have flood. There's a ton of things that can kill them, right? So within the capuchin monkey society, it does make sense that they don't kill each other because together they are stronger. Together they can survive. So when you're looking at evolution, don't think of it as individuals, like, oh, it's the survival of the fittest individual. It may be survival of the fittest group, right? So the group won't kill each other because they all are trying to survive. And that's where sociality comes into the survival process. That if we all turn on one another, if we all murder one another, if we all like don't work together, we don't survive as humans.
Okay. Okay. I'm. I don't want to even say the word gish gallop, so I'm not gonna say it. But okay.
I mean, you can say it. It doesn't worry me in this. I mean, I just responded to the point that you made, but
so okay. Well, let me
Okay.
just answer. Let me respond to you by saying this. And this is not something to be had in a 5-minute conversation. And I can't convert you. You're very staunch on your position. And like I said, my testimony may not be enough. Somebody's
yeah,
echoing
it's not
again.
echoing.
Okay. Okay. But look, in my what scripture
Hold on a
says
second.
me-
I'm gonna go out and
I
come
think
back
that's
in.
you.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. I'm gonna go out and come back in and see if it fixes. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
thank you.
Okay, that's all good.
Well, what scripture tells me is to not only like tolerate my enemies, but to love my enemies. Okay. That goes against everything that we see in humanity. And that's at the end of the book. At the end of the book, we're told to love our enemies, not just tolerate them, not to just accept them, but to love them. Okay? And that goes against every evolutionary concept there is, okay? And what would be the reason for that?
Well, you've got to understand sort of the big picture now. So as we've progressed, the scripture doesn't. I mean, it says to love your enemies, but it doesn't say not to defend yourself, for instance, or not to do any of that kind of stuff. I
Sure,
think
but yeah,
the Bible is sort of filled with examples where one set of people has wiped out another set of people. But that aside, the reason why we're sort of more working together as humanity now and we want less wars is because we're beginning to understand where we are in the universe. We're beginning to understand that.
Are you saying did you say we want less wars?
Yes.
Have you been seeing the news lately?
Yes.
Yeah, do you realize that even the wars that we see right now, though, in comparison to other wars through
Right.
human history, are not only much more contained wars, but they're not wars of attrition like you would typically see in previous
Yeah.
wars and other parts
So
of human
let's go
history.
back a
They're
bit.
wars for strategic objectives.
Let's
Sorry,
we'll
go
see
ahead.
how it goes.
let's go back again 70 years ago, right? You've got World War II. Do you know how many millions of people died in World War II?
Yeah, there was a lot of people. There was
Okay.
a lot more people that died because of communism. Communism killed way more people.
I'm not sure what that's got to do with wars, but I'm not sure I support communism either. So I don't.
You don't know how you don't know how communism factors
I'm
into
saying
World War
communism
II?
isn't really a part of this conversation. It's kind of a really weird thing to go to, because we're saying, well, what we're saying,
Well,
okay.
communism is atheism. That's why.
Oh, is that it?
Yes.
Really? I mean, yeah, it is, but that doesn't mean all
you do have a
atheism is
point there.
communism. You've got to understand that, right?
They're not the same thing, though, right?
Sure.
Like you know that Stalinist Russia, like the whole point.
Okay, I don't
of
want to get
Stalinism-
sidetracked on Stalinist Russia
Yeah, no,
because
you're
it doesn't
right,
have
you're
anything
right.
to do with what I'm saying. So, as
Mark,
we've
keep
realized where we are in the universe, and sort of astronauts have said this as they've gone, I hope you're not a flat earther or something like that.
No.
Sorry, I had to ask. So as astronauts have gone out there to look back at the world, and we realize that we're kind of flying through space on a piece of rock that is surrounded by the most hostile environment you can ever possibly imagine in your entire life. Now,
Yeah, my book tells me that.
well, confronted with that knowledge, we've got a few choices in front of us. Let's put the God thing aside. Imagine you don't believe in a God. I know it might be hard, but just imagine you have no God to watch over you. To atheists,
Okay, I'm a heathen.
Well, you're a heathen. To atheists and people like us heathens, it's basically, really, we see it as we've got to all work together, because
Why?
other people are not my enemy. The enemy is the environment around me, the other viruses and bacteria and other things trying to kill me. That is the enemy.
But
it is only.
But hey, you know what?
Can I build a road by myself, Luke?
But I want to. But you know what, Mark?
Yeah.
I don't believe in God, and I don't like how you look, and I think you should die, and I should take your wife and do evil stuff to her. You know, because I don't have.
So
I mean,
that's a straw man.
I can be evil.
So that's a
No, I
straw
can
man.
be evil.
I'm
But you took away God.
Yeah.
You took away where I get my morality from.
So I'm explaining to you that when we form groups, right? You and I live in a group. That if we all turn on one another, and start killing each other, we are more prone to being. Thanks, Dustin. You're more prone to being killed by the environment and other things and other viruses and all of these things. That working cooperatively is much better for the human species than fighting among one another. And this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Just because you're an atheist doesn't mean you don't have motivation for cooperation. And motivation for cooperation, and what I'm saying, even if evolution is true, like you don't believe it, even if it is true, you still have motivation for working together, because we are in the middle of the most hostile environment you could possibly imagine. And it may take every single one of us to survive this environment. And we're just beginning to understand this.
See, okay, well, you have a focus on a very worldly, physical, like tangible thing. I have a focus on something that is beyond this earth. That
Sure.
I see that this earth is temporary. I see that we are all gonna die, regardless. All of us are gonna die.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
You think okay? What?
Because
you
you're
think that we're gonna
talking
be
about
arti-
the extinction of the human species, and it always concerns me that.
Are you gonna die, Mark?
Well, yeah, absolutely. But you're
Am I gonna die, Mark?
Well, I presume so. Yes.
So yeah, we're all gonna die. I'm not saying all at the same time.
Okay.
But we're all gonna die.
But
Unless you believe
are
that
you looking forward to the extinction of the human race on the physical plane and the end of the world?
No. Look, I'm here for a temporary point in period, okay?
Sure.
God gave me the choice to live this point how I want to. I've set my sights on not something that is based on this world. And I know that that's difficult for you to comprehend as an atheist. You don't, it is hard for you to understand that. But what's in this world is not necessarily for me. As a matter of fact, the Bible teaches me
So why should
to
you care
kind of,
about this world? Why should you try and stop the
I
world
don't,
from
I,
ending?
because I can't stop the world from ending. I can't do that.
Well, I think humans in general can. I think we all can. You know, even
See, that's gonna be part. That's okay. So that's gonna be that. That's interesting that you say that, because a very common belief is that humans think that they're going to get together and they're going to be able to stop, some type of catastrophe, and humans will save the world. Whenever you're a Christian, you know that there is no other savior
you
than
already
God.
have.
God is going to save you at the end
No,
from
no,
death.
we already have. It's called the hole in the ozone layer was going to, if it kept going, it would have fried everybody on this planet. And we still have a problem with the amount of UV sunlight that's coming through to Australia, because that's essentially where the hole was. And we solved that. We eliminated chlorofluorocarbons, which cleared up much of it, and that problem is repairing itself. Humans already have saved the world, or at least our world, that amount of UV, if that hole kept expanding, would have killed everything on the face of the planet. We've already done it.
Okay, so I'll leave you with this. Like I said, I know you guys have been on here for like 4 hours. So let me just end it like this, okay? Like,
I could
I
do this
know
all
Mark.
day. I could do this all day.
I understand, but I'm just not. Maybe another time.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah,
said, I'll
sure.
have a
Happy
show
to
on.
happy to talk to you.
Joke.
Sure.
I'll have.
Joke. No, I'm just
No,
kidding.
come on,
I'm
Aiden.
joking.
That's so wrong, man.
It's a joke.
What
Yeah.
time is it for you right now?
It is just getting on 12, so just about lunchtime. Like I said, I can do this all day.
Oh, nice. It's 11 p.m. for me right now.
Oh, Central
So
time? You're on Central?
yes,
Yeah.
I feel like a coward because my buddy Achilles, who's
No,
also a Christian,
look.
he stays up till 5, 4, 3 a.m.
Look.
just to talk to us.
Look, sorry, mate.
But
I'm not a debate bro, okay? I'm not going to call you a coward because it's like midnight and you want to take off. Like, seriously, I don't get into that.
No, I'm not saying that you are.
Okay.
I'm just talking like personally, because my good friend, he'll stay up for hours at 3, 4 in the morning, but he's a devout Christian and he loves to be with his brethren.
Sure.
But I will leave you with this.
Mhm.
Look, Mark, I see a human. I see a
Me
person
too.
who has. I see a human, a flesh and body. I see a smart
Yeah.
person, and then I see Mark has this conscience. So Mark has
Sure.
this thing that makes him wants to do good. Okay, Mark doesn't know what makes him want to do good. I know what makes Mark want to do good. You don't understand it yet, but maybe in time you will.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
think you've
but
demonstrated that
my
at all.
okay, that's fine. And like I said, I'm not going to be able to demonstrate it within this short time period.
Okay.
Okay. Look, every almost every other religion, whenever you get toward the end, whether it's Judaism sees Christians as idolaters, okay? Because we accept Jesus as the Son of God, and Jesus is God, okay? So what Jews want to do is they want to kill us. They want to kill Christians. Simple as that.
Okay, so that's a real blanket statement. I have
No,
no doubt that.
it's
No, I really don't think you should be saying that, because I know quite a few
it's the
Jews that do not want to kill all Christians. That is demonstrably untrue.
it is the truth. And
Can you provide
there's also
evidence of that? Because I've talked to Jews. In fact, I had somebody on my show the other day, Peter, and he has no animosity towards Christians whatsoever. I think that is a really wrong statement. I do not believe that in the slightest.
Well, I'll look it up for you soon, but that is what they consider us.
Are you talking about the Talmud? Because there's some stuff that's in the Talmud that, yeah, I would say is unsavory, but far from all Jews ascribe to the Talmud as being a legitimate text.
Jews rejected Jesus, and
well, that doesn't mean they want to kill all Christians. I mean,
yeah, but they do.
No, they
don't. What you're ascribing is things that you've read in their passages and
And in
extrapolated that.
Islam,
Look, you've extrapolated that to all Jews want to do this thing that I read in some of their passages. If I did that with Christians, I'd be like, all Christians want to stone their
but we
children in
don't.
front of the
We
temple
don't
because it
because
says that.
our word does not say that. Our
Oh,
word does
this
not
is
say that. At
ridiculous.
the end,
Wow,
at
dude, Lupin,
the end, our word
Because
Lupin.
you're
tells us to
digging
love
yourself
our
deeper
no.
into a hole
Our
right
Yeah,
now.
word,
this is
look, our
verging on
Bible.
anti-Semitism, to be honest with
No,
you.
I bet you
Yeah,
it
it
sounds like
really
it.
is.
Okay, if that's what you want to call it, then call it that. Okay, and Islam,
I know you're not talking about Christianity, Lupin. I'm
in,
trying to
in
decipher
Islam,
what you're doing.
we're considered infidels. We're also to be killed. In
No, you're
Islam,
not.
we
There's
are
No,
no.
you're
called to be
not.
killed.
You're meant
There's
to
a
pay the
degree of
jizya.
truth
You're
to
meant to
that.
pay the jizya. That's
There,
factually wrong.
Pay a tax and become a
Right, which I think
subhuman.
is wrong. I think it's wrong that you should have to pay jizya
Okay,
to the
now look,
Islamic
no, no.
Sharia. I do disagree with that. But think about what you're saying. You're reading their holy text, and then you're saying because the holy text says this, that's what all of the religious people within that religion want to do, and that is demonstrably false. A lot of Islamic people don't want to live under Sharia. They don't want to kill all Christians.
Let me see if let me. Oh man, I would want to find
why
the.
are we going down this road? Why? I don't
I have
understand
no
it.
idea.
I'm
This
trying
is this is
what I'm
Lupin's
trying to
wild
tell you
ride.
is
This is
Yeah,
this is
it was a-
ludicrous, Lupin. Stop
what
doing this,
what
man.
I'm trying to tell you is that my book tells me to love my enemies. All these other ones, they end up in bloodshed. Okay, whether you want to acknowledge that or not.
that's just you taking a
And
myopic approach to other
no,
religions,
it
though. That
you
is because you
look
don't
it up.
understand
Look it up
the.
yourself. Look it up yourself. And if
Lupin,
you don't have the time to look it up, I'll have it ready for you on Wednesday. I'm not gonna do it right
what
now, but I know it to
what
be true.
point what point would this serve, Lupin? What
The
point
tr-
would this serve?
the
But
point
but
is,
but who are you trying to tell right now? Are you trying to tell somebody who's wanting to hear you? Or are you trying
I'm
to preach
talking
a word to people who are like turning a closed ear to you, man?
I'm talking to
Give
Mark.
them.
I'm talking to Mark, and I'm saying that I see that he has a body, a flesh and body, a soul and a spirit. Simple as
You
that.
don't listen to nothing, do you?
Yeah, I don't know how
All right, all
the
right,
Jewish people
all
came
right.
into all of this. If you just want to tell me I've got a
Well,
body and a soul and spirit, fine. I've never seen a soul
yeah,
and a
that's a
spirit.
good
You
point.
can demonstrate. Like I understand, it's like you know. I get that you can't demonstrate it on the bat. That's fair enough. I totally get it. Totally understand. But you know, I have no idea what the Jews have got to do with my soul and spirit, if they indeed exist. So I'm baffled as to how that even came into the
I'm
conversation.
just trying
They
to
steal it from you, Mark.
I'm demonstrating differences in certain
So
religions
Jews don't
and
have soul and spirit.
Christianity.
I have no idea what point you're trying to make. I've got no idea.
Christianity goes the polar opposite of killing, and it demands us to love the
Christians
enemies.
haven't killed.
Christians have killed, yes,
Christians haven't killed en masse.
This is
but,
insane, Lupin. What are you
but
doing right now, man?
we are demanded to love our enemies. Simple as that.
What are you doing, Lupin?
Did the Israelites love the Philistines when they carted off all of their virgin girls and killed everybody else?
Humans have done evil things. Humans
Well,
are
yeah,
allowed to
but
do
that was
evil things.
Moses commanded it because God commanded it. If you the one I'm thinking of, it wasn't
And
the Philistines. It was the I think the Amalekites from memory.
No, you are right. It is the Amalekites.
Man,
listen,
this is the only person in my entire life I've seen twice where there's a plane and a train wreck, and and they're
I know
both in
Come
like.
on, Dustin.
you
We
need
Oh,
know
that.
you
Doesn't
I've
already
make
seen
have
I've
any
seen
sense,
way
bro.
way worse than
You are
this. So
completely.
I must
You are
be
well.
yeah.
Then I must find some clips from your history because
lighten up,
this one
Dust.
takes the cake for me, man. I do not know how we went from dude. Like, what is going on, Lupin? What are you trying to
It's
prove
okay.
right
All right.
now?
Well, I'm going to
Can you
take
get?
off. I'm going to take off. So
Yeah,
thank you so
well,
much.
here, hold on, wait a minute. I got the video for you right here. Hold on,
I
here,
think
let
I'm
me show
fine.
you.
I don't really want a video. I don't want to watch a video right now.
Oh,
It's like I said,
so
it's
you don't want the
public.
evidence now? You don't want the evidence
What
that
that
you
I've got a
Oh
Oh
man.
dear
soul and
God!
spirit?
Oh man.
Is it a video about a soul and spirit, or is it a video
here,
about Jews?
Well,
let me show you.
Achilles has just been insulting me for 30 minutes. I finally threw him out of the chat. So I
Can I
am
show
long suffering.
can I show you here?
Is it
Can you
a
share screen?
video about soul and spirit, or is it a video about Jews?
It's to show you what real Israel,
It's
real
about Jews,
Israel.
is the answer.
Yeah, I
No,
don't really
Now
want to see a video about Israel. I think that would
Okay,
probably
so you
get
don't want you don't.
demonetized. I've had some
oh dear God in
really
heaven,
scary.
dude! Why are you doing this, Lupin?
Dustin,
Okay,
why?
that's
How did
okay.
you get here?
If you're afraid to see the truth, even if the
Oh,
truth is
come
ugly,
on,
I
if you're
dude.
afraid to see the truth and the truth can be ugly,
I'm
I can
not afraid to
understand.
see the
Coming
truth. I'm
across as
afraid to
so
see
If you only knew how
anti-Semitism.
to-
That's what I'm afraid to see, because I really
This isn't
care
too. Just because
for
the truth
Father
is
Charles's
That's
channel.
a founded fear,
this
Mark.
isn't.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That's a founded fear. I'm gonna double back on that one too. That's what are
I'm
you doing, Lupin?
Look, I'm
Why?
trying to do the
What are you
best
getting
by
at, man?
Father Charles because it's his stream. So I think that you know, if there's something that's going to make his stream be hard to
Here,
be
I'll just post it.
monetized or you know.
He's gone.
Okay, well, I'm going to take off. I want to thank you so much, Father Charles. Thank you for talking to me.
Yeah,
Thank you to
you're
David,
welcome, man.
Aiden, Big Bad Mama. Thank you, Dustin, for speaking with me, and thank you, Lupin. If that's
Hey,
yeah.
before you go, there's no hard feelings between us. Yes or no?
No, I don't. What hard feeling? I don't know. Do you have hard feelings towards me? I
Okay.
don't.
No.
Should I?
One day there was.
What did you do?
I don't believe so. No. I'm making sure because I was trying to get a hold of you one time on a live chat.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't respond to me, and I kind of felt like I got in my feelings about it.
What live chat? I don't know.
It was a while back. It doesn't matter, Mark. I was just wondering if
Do I have you
if I said
blocked?
something that maybe annoyed you. I hope not.
Maybe I do. Look, over the years, well, a year or so, I've blocked a few people. To be honest with you, if they have annoyed me in some way. So hang on, let me check. Let's do this real time. Did you make the Mark Reid block list? Here we go. Here's a question. How do I? Yeah.
Just Achilles and Snooping. Yeah, them two.
I think it's privacy from memory. No.
Stupid. Wow, Chuck.
I'm gonna steal that. Chuck is like
Chuck
the
is on
Jedi
fire.
Master Ninja when it comes to trolling, dude. He is. He's like the Jedi Ninja.
No, but Mark, I'm sorry things kind of divert. Dustin, I guess I'll say this to you because, well, Mark is checking something.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Well, I'll have a look, and if you are Dustin, I'll unblock you. I'm not. I know I can check to see who is blocked. I think it's on my Google account. To be honest with you, I've looked on YouTube.
Just to fill in the meet and interrupt me, Mark, whenever you find it, please.
Yeah.
I just want to fill in the dead air as well.
Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to find out how I do it. YouTube account, access YouTube settings, privacy. Yeah, it is
so
privacy
Dustin,
settings. Where the hell is it coming up?
Something I wanted to mention to Lupin, but I feel like is also worth mentioning to you. I don't know. Did you see the conversation me and Lupin had about evil and the example I gave about the orcas flipping the seals and torturing them without any actual gain or benefit to it?
Oh yeah.
Did you see that conversation?
I did not catch that. I've been busy all day,
Fair
like
enough.
taking care of.
That's
No,
a
I
good
understand.
example.
I
They
understand.
can be brutal. Hey, like those orcas, they can
Oh,
be
yeah.
absolutely brutal.
Oh yeah. I use that as an example with Lupin because he said he can't observe any instance of evil, and I asked him. I said, "Does evil in your mind constitute the denigration of another creature at no material benefit to yourself?" And to my knowledge, he said that was evil. Maybe I'm wrong, Lupin. If I'm wrong, please contradict me. But I'm pretty sure he did acknowledge that, and I gave that example, and he said, well, no, it's different because X, Y, Z. And I'd like to hear that explanation again. He's not here, unfortunately. What I was going to say, though, in an inverse to evil is
It was
we
a good
observe...
stream, Mark. It was a good stream.
Oh,
buddy.
thank
It
you.
was.
Yeah,
It was.
I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much for having me on, Father Charles. I really appreciate it. I know that.
I
you
hope
don't...
you'll come again.
Oh, sure. I'm out and in a bit.
Believe me, we won't have these problems.
Yeah, I mean, I'm out and in a bit. I don't get into rooms that have like
drama.
Well, no, rooms that don't have anything that
No, I
I'm
was kidding. You were going to come up
no,
with
I love the
subjects.
drama.
Go
No, no,
ahead.
no. I look. If you're talking about
Go.
sort of a scatiology, or you're talking about
Mhm.
soteriology, I don't feel like I've got a
Right.
horse in that race, right? I feel like, hey,
Right.
I shouldn't come in
Yeah.
and start, saying, hey, God doesn't exist, so
Mhm.
don't discuss this. I think that's way apart
Mhm.
from what I want to do, and I do come and go a bit. So I apologize if I don't get in
Mhm.
too often. But yeah, sure, I had a great time. Dustin, I'll
Yeah.
figure out how to unblock people, and if you're blocked, I'll unblock you. How does that sound? Because I can't seem to figure it out.
That works for me, man.
All
Because
right.
like I enjoy conversating with you, and just like every one of the other Christians, I want to get my shot at trying to convert you too.
Okay, sure.
May
Mhm.
I finish the point I was making before?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I gave an example of what I think at least some people would say is evil in nature. I think a good example of good, so to speak, in nature is empathetical behavior, which we observe in rats. Like when you trap a rat and you don't even offer the rat that isn't trapped a reward to free that trapped rat, they will still go and free that trapped rat. And they'll even go further in most instances. If that rat that is meant to free the trapped rat is given food, they will almost always at least leave one piece of food for that rat that they are trying to free. So to me, that's a beautiful example of empathy. That's a beautiful example of, even though the typical Christian would consider that going against evolution, because it's not survival of the fit. Is it survival of the fittest to leave that rat alive? Well, that rat could be potential competition. So according to survival of the fittest, surely that rat should be killed. It's obviously more complex than that. It's more nuanced than that. And that speaks to the foundations I think Mark was alluding to, that sort of proto consciousness of empathy that we can observe within creatures. And I think that we just display a more nuanced and advanced version of that. I don't think that we're as special in that regard as we like to think we are.
Mark, if you put your email address at the private chat there,
Yeah, sure.
that way I can get in touch with you when
Yeah,
the
yeah, sure.
stream's coming up. That I know would be of interest to you.
I'm sure you won't ever be like a weekly regular, but it would be cool to see you on here again, Mark.
Yeah, well,
Right.
a friend of mine sometimes
Well, he
does.
was on here before and we had a great stream. I don't know if you remember, Mark.
Was
We
I?
had a great stream. It was probably about 4 months ago now.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
I thought
well.
this was his first time on this channel.
No, the second time here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, it was a good experience. So thank you for having me on.
Mark's been on so many channels he can't remember
Yeah,
which ones he's
I
been
kind
on.
of have. It's really embarrassing, but yes, I kind of have been.
I've seen you everywhere, man. I've seen you places I didn't expect to see you.
I just like to point out one more thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just Australian. We turn up all over the place without warning. It's just an Australian thing.
You're really popular.
I'd like to point out, because I found it slightly humorous, that I was jokingly saying to Lupin, like choke when he was saying that he had to go because it was late, and Mark had pointed out, I'm not some debate bro that's gonna tell you that you're a coward because you want to get out of here because it's late. And then when Mark says that he wants to leave the stream, Lupin's like, "Well, you're just a coward. You just don't want to hear the truth."
Well,
Is that it,
he
Mark?
didn't say
You just don't want
coward,
to
but
hear the
yeah,
truth?
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's one thing I don't get about Lupin is he's completely oblivious to his own hypocrisy. Like I
I don't
try to
want to
point
talk
it
too
out
much
to him.
smack about him when he's not around.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah, I
don't.
just wanted
Oh
to
no,
point it out.
I've told him this to his face, but that's the last thing I'll even say on the subject. But no, like I've done this multiple times. I try to point it out to him, and for whatever reason, it's like it's in one ear and out the other.
Some people just have a specific way they conduct themselves, and it's not always conducive to the conversation other people may want to have.
Well, I think we're sort of talking about him behind. So I'll just say thank you so much to everybody, and yeah, do have a great day.
Mark.
As I end my streams, and I think it's a good thing to end on. As far as I'm concerned, is to be kind to yourself and be kind to other people, and I think that's.
Yes.
But certainly be kind to yourself as well. So, David, yeah, all the best. I really really feel for you. And yeah, hopefully we can have another conversation. And you know, I totally understand if you know that kind of thing is frustrating, and I get you. But yeah, take care, everybody, and I'll
Okay.
I'll see you in the next one.
All right,
Okay.
sounds good. Have a good
Much
one,
love, Mark. It was good talking with you, buddy.
See you. Thank you for watching, liking, and subscribing this video. And I want to give a big thank you to all the channel members whose support allows me to bring you more content like this in the future. Thank you so much, everyone.